It being Wednesday, we'll have the singing of our national anthem today, led by the Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love, in all thy sons command, car ton bras s'est porté l'épée, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Let the doors be open. Statements by members. Déclaration des députés. The Honourable Member for HoC.
Mr. Speaker, in this special week in which the National Commemoration Week regarding violence against women take place, I would like to salute the work of a group of women in HoC Quartierville. They have developed an excellent communication tool in 10 languages, helping women come to terms with violence against women. Many of these women, including volunteers, every year welcome new female immigrants from 55 countries. They work with family, with mothers, and help support them emotionally and economically. Recently, this group held activities in high schools with students, and they talked about self-respect and the relationships between boys and girls. Thank you very much to this group, and congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Crime Stoppers of Halton is an independent charitable organization governed by a volunteer board of directors made up of citizens representing all areas of the Halton region. Put simply, it's a three-part approach to solving crime problems. Crime Stoppers relies on cooperation between the police, the media, and the general community to provide a flow of information about crime and criminals. Since its creation in 1988, Halton Crime Stoppers has helped the police make over 1,000 arrests, recover nearly $20 million in money and assets, and has paid $5,400 in rewards. $54,000 in rewards, Mr. Speaker. Halton has been named the safest region municipality in Canada, and its Crime Stoppers branch receives 600 tips per year. To quote Norman Belafonte, the chair of the Crime Stoppers, I'd like to think that Crime Stoppers has been a tool in the toolbox to keep our region safe. On behalf of the citizens of Burlington, I congratulate the Halton Crime Stoppers for their 25 years of fantastic service to the community.
The honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
I rise today to welcome to Ottawa the new representative of His Holiness the Dalai Lama for North America, Khyador Akatsang. I would also like to welcome 17 Tibetans who arrived over the weekend through the Tibetan Resettlement Project. They are the first of 1,000 Tibetans that will relocate to Canada through this program. Tibetans face religious and cultural oppression in their homeland. In Canada, they also face unacceptable delays with family reunification. In my riding at Parkdale High Park, I have seen people wait as long as 9 years to reunite with loved ones. This resettlement program shows great promise, but clearly we do need a fair and more efficient immigration system. Today, I hope all members of this House will join me in wishing a heartfelt welcome to Mr. Akatsang and the participants of the resettlement program. Thank you.
The honourable member for Ancaster, Dundas, Flamborough.
Mr. Speaker, the human rights tragedy in Tibet continues under the watchful eye of the Chinese authorities. Reports out of Tibet are yet another Tibetan monk has set himself ablaze in November. This sadly brings the total to 122 in Tibet that have self-immolated. Imagine what it must take to set yourself on fire as a means of protest. The circumstances are clearly getting worse, but we don't hear much about it because journalists are prevented from reporting from the Tibetan areas in China. Mr. Speaker, we in the Parliamentary Friends of Tibet continue to shine the international spotlight on the worsening situation. That's why some members of the House heard directly from Mr. Khyador Akatsang here on Parliament Hill earlier this afternoon. Mr. Akatsang is His Holiness the Dalai Lama's representative for North America and part of the Central Tibetan Administration, the government in exile. He updated us on the developments and reiterated the Dalai Lama's call for peace and for the Chinese leadership to engage in meaningful dialogue with the Tibetan people. Mr. Speaker, time is of the essence. The world is watching.
The honourable member for Mount Royal.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to join with other parliamentarians and welcome Mr. Khyador Akatsang to Ottawa today, the new representative to North America of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, our distinguished honorary citizen. The painful plight of Tibetans, where more than 120 from all sectors of society have self-immolated, is the ultimate cry of protest and witness against the ongoing persecution and repression. Mr. Speaker, Tibetans value democracy, freedom, religious liberty, and the rule of law, while adhering to non-violence in the pursuit of genuine autonomy pursuant to the Chinese Constitution. Regrettably, while Chinese President Xi Jinping speaks of transparency and the rule of law, the repression of political dissent, silencing of independent media, and criminalization of innocents has with the Tibetans intensified. These actions shame a superpower that is a trustee of a great Chinese civilization and heritage. We urge the Chinese authorities to respect that great heritage, respect the rule of law, and to see the Dalai Lama as a solution for a just and lasting peace for China and all Tibetans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Peace River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I am pleased to stand in this House to pay tribute to the thousands of Peace Country residents and millions of Canadians who will make a special effort this Christmas season to give back to those who are less fortunate. Community organizations, church congregations, the Salvation Armies, food banks, Native Friendship Centers and others will lead the effort to make this festive season a true celebration for those who would otherwise go without this Christmas. Generous citizens throughout our communities will make a difference in giving their finances, donating goods, and sacrificing their own time during this busy time of the year. And for that, we all want to say thank you. I count it a privilege to represent the Peace Country, and I am proud to be part of a region who is so caring, whose residents lead by example each and every day to make our community a better place to live. As we approach this Christmas season, I want to thank those who will give generously of their time and of their resources to help others. Let us all be inspired by their generosity and their dedication, and let us join the effort to make this Christmas season a season of hope for all.
The honourable member for Davenport.
Canadian immigrant families have to wait up to 8.5 years in order to be reunited with loved ones. That pretty much sums up the Conservative commitment to family values. Blinded as they are by an ideology that reduces people to line items on a budget, it's surprising that members of this government can't even see the economic argument of ensuring that families reunite quickly with their grandparents and their parents. With the cost of childcare and housing so prohibitive, something they're not doing anything about, it's often grandparents who provide childcare while parents are working. The cornerstone of Canada's commitment to newcomers should be bringing families together, not making immigrant families wait years and years to be reunited with loved ones. Surely we can all agree that families belong together. That's a value we all share as Canadians, don't we? But it's become clear that the Conservatives don't seem to understand the importance of all this. Heck, a Conservative minister even referred to parents recently as a burden. Canadians deserve better, newcomer families deserve better, and they'll get that from New Democrats who will always fight to make sure family reunification is a central priority in Canada's immigration system. Thank you.
Honourable member for London West.
One of the privileges we get as members of Parliament is to stand in this House and pay tribute to amazing Canadians. Well, today I honour Senator Don Oliver, representing the great province of Nova Scotia, who is retiring from the Canadian Senate. He served our country with singular distinction, and I'm proud to consider him a friend. Senator Donald Oliver, barrister, professor, entrepreneur, statesman, and advocate, has served the people of Canada with honour for more than 40 years. Since his elevation to the upper chamber in 1990, Don Oliver has chaired several key committees in the Senate and served as Speaker pro tempore. Senator Oliver is an accomplished business person and an expert on corporate governance. Yet for all of these achievements, Mr. Speaker, we are most proud of Senator Oliver for his work in advancing equal opportunities for Black Canadians and other visible minorities in our country. Early in his career, he was instrumental in bringing about provincial legislation to end racial discrimination in Nova Scotia. What an outstanding legacy. So today we thank him for what he's done for all Canadians. We also thank his partner, Linda. We know Don could not serve in his role without her equal commitment. We thank Don Oliver for what he means to Canada. His wise counsel will be greatly missed.
The honourable member. The honourable member for Calgary East.
Mr. Speaker, Canada has been following with concern the case of 21 female protesters, including 7 minor girls in Alexandria, Egypt, who were sentenced to lengthy jail terms earlier this week. The 14 women were sentenced to 11 years in jail, while the 7 young girls were similarly sentenced to 11 years in juvenile detention. Mr. Speaker, we have raised our concerns with the government of Egypt. At this time in Egypt's ongoing transition to democracy, we believe that it is critical that Egyptian authorities protect the rights of all citizens, including women and girls, to voice their opinions and protest peacefully. The respect for human rights, fundamental freedoms, and the rule of law is the foundation of democracy, and we encourage the Egyptian government to adhere to these principles and to continue to pursue the transition roadmap as the best way to give all Egyptians
a stake in the future stability and prosperity of their country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Mr. Speaker, it's with pride that I rise today to recognize the courage and determination of Corporal Alexandre Baudin d'Anjou, a citizen of Pont-Rouge in my riding of Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Corporal Baudin d'Anjou, who proudly served in Afghanistan where he was seriously injured by an IED on December 6, 2009. That tragic event triggered PTSD, which he still struggles with today, but today he's overcoming his problems and is undertaking a huge challenge. As we speak, he's en route towards the South Pole. He's one of the 2 Canadian representatives on Team Soldier On the British South Pole Allied Challenge Expedition. He and his team, made up of other injured veterans, will cover 335 kilometers on cross-country skis in 2 weeks, braving temperatures which could reach minus 50 degrees Celsius. This great act of bravery deserves our full respect. Good luck, Corporal, and thank you for your exemplary service.
For Winnipeg South Centre.
Mr. Speaker, when it comes to supporting Canada's economy and job growth, our Conservative government is on the right track. Indeed, since the depth of the global economic recession, Canada's economy has created over 1 million net new jobs. What's more, Statistics Canada announced just last week that the Canadian economy grew by 2.7% in the third quarter of 2013. Mr. Speaker, that represents the 9th consecutive quarter of economic growth for Canada. Despite this encouraging news, the global economy remains fragile, and now is not the time to engage in risky, high-tax schemes. Unfortunately, just last week, when asked point blank, the leader of the NDP again committed to raising taxes on Canadian job creators. While the NDP is interested in increasing taxes and killing Canadian jobs, our Conservative government continues to do the opposite. We continue to create jobs, growth, and support Canada's economy. Wow. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Churchill.
I rise today on day 12 of the 14 days of action to address violence against women. We count 14 days to commemorate the lives of the 14 young women who were massacred on December 6, 1989. They were killed because they were women. And every year we call for action because explicit misogyny, insidious discrimination, and gender-based violence continue to provoke fear in the lives of women in Canada and the lives of our sisters across the globe. As a young woman standing to address the House of Commons today, I am reminded that it is not always laws which hold women back, but fear too. A man walked into the École Polytechnique who hoped to scare women away from their dreams. And so for the girls who want to be engineers, scientists, artists, lawyers, doctors, and leaders, we call for action today. For women who want to be treated equally, who want to be respected and not racialized, impoverished, marginalized, and for all women who want to actualize all their choices, whatever they may be, in peace and security, without fear of violence or degradation, we call for action today. Today and every day, women must have what they need to live without fear, without violence, and with choice.
Honourable Member for Yukon.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday our government introduced Bill C-15, the Northwest Territories Devolution Act, to show our government's commitment to ensuring that Northerners have greater control over their resources and decision-making. That is why we're moving ahead with devolution and the transfer of lands to resource management to the government of the Northwest Territories, an accomplishment that many governments have tried to achieve in the past but have failed. Promoting jobs, growth, and prosperity in our north continues to be a priority of our government, and which is why we want to give Northerners greater control over their economic and political destinies. Mr. Speaker, I encourage all members of the House to support a prosperous and successful future for our north and work together with the people of the great Northwest Territories in ensuring this gets across the finish line by April 14th, 2014. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I acknowledge a good friend of all Canadians. On becoming an officer of the Order of Canada. The Honourable Brian Tobin has demonstrated remarkable service to the Parliament of Canada and as Premier of Newfoundland and Labrador. His extensive achievements, both political and in business life, has been recognized in many corners of the world. Known to many of us as Captain Canada, last Friday he became an officer of the Order of Canada. Brian Tobin is highly regarded for his strong and principled leadership. As a federal cabinet minister, he saw the implementation of the Oceans Act, the extension of the Canadian jurisdiction beyond 200 miles, and he took a strong stance against offshore overfishing by foreign fishers, known as the Turbot War. His term as the Premier of Newfoundland and Labrador was marked by important economic reforms to our industries, the constitutional amendment which ended denominational-based education, and the development of the offshore oil and gas industry. Mr. Speaker, my colleagues in the Liberal caucus today are proud of his accomplishments, and we say congratulations, Brian.
The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
The Minister of Foreign Affairs is in Kiev to participate in the OSCE's Ministerial Council meeting today. This occurs while the Ukrainian government cracks down on mass protests against its unpopular decision to suspend the EU association negotiations, which many of Ukraine's neighbours leverage for prosperous economies and full membership to the EU. Ukraine should be one of Europe's most successful countries and not a struggling post-Soviet nation drifting toward authoritarian rule. The Minister of Foreign Affairs will take this opportunity to state our government's grave concern about the violence that has been inflicted on peaceful demonstrators by the authorities, and I, as chair of the Canada-Ukraine Parliamentary Friendship Group, stated to the Speaker of the Ukrainian Parliament and his delegation last week. He will also meet with opposition leaders and civil society representatives to express Canada's support. Freedom of speech and freedom of assembly are fundamental tenets of any truly democratic country. Our government stands with the people of Ukraine to build a society based on freedom, democracy, human rights, the rule of law, balanced justice. Slava Ukraina, Slava Canada, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, remember when the Prime Minister told us no one in his office, other than Nigel Wright, knew about the deal with Mike Duffy? Yeah. That certainly must have been news to the dozens of people in his office who were involved in the cover-up. Yeah. And remember the many times he claimed there was no legal agreement with Mike Duffy? And then the RCMP released the terms of the legal agreement?
Well, well, well.
Or remember the times he claimed his lawyer, Ben Perrin, wasn't involved in any legal agreement? And then we found out he handled the whole thing. And remember when the Prime Minister declared the Senate was independent? And then the police discovered emails from senators to the PMO saying, quote, "Hi, Nigel. Just a quick note to say that I'm always ready to do exactly what is asked."
What is what?
And remember when he claimed his office had nothing to do with emails being deleted? Well, Mr. Speaker, that Prime Minister's talking points are clearly not good to go.
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, a recent campaign by the United Church and others targets Israeli products sold in Canada that include West Bank labourers. Yesterday, activists harassed and insulted a Jewish person in front of a retail store in Toronto. The individual was accused of being a religious fanatic for disagreeing with the boycott. Mr. Speaker, this initiative, which purports to target goods produced in whole or in part in contested areas, is both misguided and misinformed. This past September, I visited an industrial area near Ariel, which employs about 7,000 people. Roughly half are Palestinians who pay taxes to the Palestinian Authority and earn the same wages and benefits as their Israeli counterparts, as prescribed by Israeli law. That's 2 or 3 times the wage prospects elsewhere in the disputed territories. Mr. Speaker, do these anti-Israeli activists care that if their misguided efforts were successful, they would ultimately hurt the very people they claim to be supporting?
Good point.
Or, as the incident in Toronto suggests, is the real root simply old-fashioned anti-Semitism?
Oral questions, questions orales. The honourable leader of the opposition.
Was Benjamin Perrin dismissed, or did he resign?
He resigned.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Perrin left my office of his own accord some 9 months ago.
The honourable leader of the opposition.
The Prime Minister's office claims that it is, quote, operating protocol for emails to be routinely deleted when staff leave. But the same guidelines Conservatives are citing actually say this, that under the law, emails cannot be deleted if they contain information needed to, quote, account for the activities of government. Why was the law broken?
Mr. Speaker, it is, of course, the responsibility of all employees to follow the applicable rules, and retained records are retained by the bureaucracy, Mr. Speaker. When the bureaucracy realized that it had this information, it made this information available to the RCMP, and Mr. Speaker, the official responsible answered thorough questions for that yesterday at committee.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The operative word there was account, as in accountability. A week ago, we learned that Jim Love, the chair of the Royal Canadian Mint and a close personal friend of Finance Minister, ran a tax avoidance scheme for a wealthy Conservative family. This is the same Conservative insider that the Finance Minister hired to advise that government on tax policy. Why is Jim Love still on the public payroll? Why hasn't he been fired?
Mr. Speaker, once again, the member refers to a private dispute between two parties that has been before the courts. Obviously, we're not going to comment on that. The individual in question is chairman of the Mint, and this government's record in closing tax loopholes is without precedent.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, in the last week, 4 Canadian soldiers have taken their lives. I know the thoughts and prayers of all members of the House go out to their families, but this is unprecedented. So can the Prime Minister tell us?
I think all of our thoughts and prayers are with all of the friends and families of those who have been touched by these recent suicides. Mr. Speaker, I think it's the responsibility of all of us to encourage those who need support, those who need help. To get that help, we should reach out to them and encourage them to do that. Those supports are available, and we will make sure, of course, Mr. Speaker, that they continue to be available to those people.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
I would like to thank the Prime Minister for his answer. Those suicides are very troubling and horrible. These are soldiers who have bravely served their country and all of us. Can the Prime Minister tell us if he is prepared to reverse his decision to close 9 regional offices that serve veterans? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. These services are available through the offices of Service Canada. We have invested a great deal more than services to veterans than had been done before. Our thoughts and prayers are with the families of those who were affected, and we want to encourage all those who need help to reach out for it. Mr. Speaker, we understand the difficult experiences that our military personnel have had.
Honourable Member for Papineau.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians have heard more sad news last night. Now we have had 4 Canadian soldiers who have lost their lives over the past week. Can the Prime Minister, therefore, share with us what is being done to communicate with the members of our Canadian forces, especially those suffering from post-traumatic stress, so that they can get the help that they need? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, there are a number of programs and services available to our military personnel and our veterans. There are the family resource centers, the operational stress assistance programs, and others. But the most important thing is that we all understand how difficult the experiences are that our military personnel have had to endure. These are very difficult, stressful situations, and we need to keep encouraging our forces members to seek out the help they need. The honourable member.
Everyone understands that it's wrong to offer money to a police officer, to a judge, or to a legislator. Yet, in direct violation of the Parliament of Canada Act, the Prime Minister's head of fundraising offered Conservative donor money to a sitting legislator. So, why does Senator Irving Gerstein still enjoy the complete confidence of the Prime Minister?
The right honourable Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, of course, the senator denies that. The fact of the matter is the following, Mr. Speaker, that Mr. Duffy, Senator Duffy, accepted a payment from Mr. Wright that was not properly reported and, in fact, was misrepresented widely to myself and to the Canadian public. That's the reason action has been taken in this case against these two individuals and why they are under investigation. Of course, why we continue to assist with that investigation.
The honourable member for Cabinet.
The Prime Minister continues to contend that Senator Gerstein is not a part of the RCMP investigation. Meanwhile, government senators are blocking his testimony, saying it would interfere with an ongoing investigation. The government can't have it both ways. But the issue remains. Why does Senator Irving Gerstein still enjoy the full confidence of this Prime Minister?
The right honourable Prime Minister.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, the RCMP itself has made very clear who is under investigation and that the government continues, the Prime Minister's office, the government continue to fully assist with that investigation. We shall continue to do so.
The honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Conservative Senator Noel Kinsella, Liberal Senator Pierrette Ringuette pulled the exact same trick as Mike Duffy. The trick that on October 24th the Prime Minister said was the reason for getting rid of Mike Duffy. Why are Noel Kinsella and Pierrette Ringuette still in the Senate?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Of course, Mr. Speaker, as you know, there is currently an audit underway by the Auditor General of Canada into all of the expenses of the Senate, Mr. Speaker. It is something, of course, that we on this side of the House have been encouraging for some time, Mr. Speaker. We've made it very clear, of course, that the status quo in the Senate is not something that we would support, Mr. Speaker. That's why we fought so hard to have these three senators suspended without pay from the Senate, Mr. Speaker. And that's why, of course, the Minister of Democratic Reform has brought forward a number of proposals that are being considered at the Supreme Court.
Leader of the Opposition. Of course, it is the time of the year, Mr. Speaker, where we give our children and grandchildren Advent calendras. But, you know, we've got real questions that are only for the Prime Minister.
Order. 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 I'll ask the Leader of the Opposition to refrain from using proper names. No, order. Order. It sounded like it may not have been accidental. But I don't think it adds to the flow of question period today. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Who did the Prime Minister originally ask to give parents' emails to the RCMP? Only the Prime Minister knows the answer.
Prime Minister.
Just to be clear on the previous matter, of course, Mr. Duffy was living at a long-time residence and claiming travel expenses. The two senators in question, of course, are long-time residents of the province of New Brunswick. Mr. Speaker, of course, it is the bureaucracy that holds the records for departed employees. It had indicated it did not have such records. When officials discovered that was not correct, they immediately acted to make sure that information was made available to the RCMP, and that's the appropriate course of action.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Reappears as magically as parents' emails. It was the head of legal operations in the Privy Council office, which is the Prime Minister's own ministry, who wrote to the RCMP telling them that Ben Perrin's emails had miraculously been found. But if Mr. Perrin's emails were frozen due to, quote, unrelated litigation, as the Prime Minister claimed last Sunday, wouldn't the head of legal operations have had those emails all along?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, once again, the official in question did indicate that there were no such records. Later discovered that was not the case. The official has been very forthcoming on this and has answered all questions at the Parliamentary Committee.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Est-ce que le départ de Ben Perrin du bureau
Will the departure of Ben Perrin from the PMO be found to have anything to do with the Mike Duffy affair? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, no, Mr. Perrin left the Prime Minister's office in March, and that was before this happened in May.
The Privy Council office CC'd the law firm Bennett Jones on its letter to the RCMP saying they had found Ben Perrin's emails. Now, coincidentally, Bennett Jones is the law firm representing and defending the Prime Minister's own staff whose emails are being investigated. Why is the Prime Minister's own ministry warning potential suspects that their emails are being investigated by the RCMP?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, there are officials in the bureaucracy that are responsible for the retention of these records and obviously responsible for communicating this information to the RCMP. The official responsible has fully answered questions before the Parliamentary Committee and is obviously always willing to do so.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
There are officials who are responsible, but the Prime Minister never is. It's the Prime Minister's office, it's the Prime Minister's party, and it's the Prime Minister's ministry, but he's never responsible. On May 28th, the Prime Minister said, quote, "There's no legal agreement between Duffy and Wright." Does the Prime Minister want to change that story before he's contradicted again by the next round of RCMP documents?
Let me just once again correct the preamble to that question. The records in question that the leader of the NDP refers to, of course, were not held in the Prime Minister's office. All the information held in our office has been made available to the RCMP for some time. The RCMP itself has made that clear. They're certainly not held by the Conservative Party, Mr. Speaker. They are retained by officials in the bureaucracy when they're made available by a former employee. Mr. Speaker, as the bureaucracy has said, it misinformed the Prime Minister's office on those facts. When it discovered that error, Mr. Speaker, it admitted to that error and properly conveyed that information to the RCMP, as we would expect it to do.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Does the Prime Minister really not know that he's the minister in charge of that bureaucracy?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, as the bureaucracy itself has said, as it is said, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's office asked specifically for that information from the bureaucracy and was told that it was not available. Mr. Speaker, the bureaucracy says that error was inadvertent. Obviously, we would have preferred to turn all information over to the RCMP at the same time. Mr. Speaker, officials having discovered that they made the error, Mr. Speaker, I congratulate them for admitting it and for sending that information immediately to the RCMP.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
How can Canadians be sure that the documents provided to the RCMP are intact and complete? How can they be still valid if they were covered up for months by the Conservative government? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, no information has been deleted. It has been provided to the RCMP. The Honourable Leader.
No, that as part of the Duffy deal, his office promised that the Prime Minister would make a statement saying that Mike Duffy met all the requirements to sit as a senator from PEI. Yes or no?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, my position on this I've made known for some time, Mr. Speaker. The issue is obviously members of Parliament, senators have more than one residence. That is a situation we understand. What we felt was inappropriate in this circumstance was that a senator was living at a long-time residence when in fact claiming a travel expense. That is obviously not appropriate, which is why I indicated to Mr. Duffy that I thought he should repay those monies.
The Honourable Member for Random, Buren, St. George.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservative leadership in the Senate is resisting efforts to hear testimony from Michael Runia and Senator Irving Gerstein. They claim the Senate can't investigate the integrity of an audit they commissioned because the RCMP are investigating the matter. Yet in this House, the government always claims that it's only Nigel Wright and Mike Duffy being investigated. Why does the Prime Minister claim there is no RCMP investigation of Gerstein and Runia when his leader in the Senate says there is.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Prime Minister.
Of course, Mr. Speaker, as I've said on a number of occasions, the three auditors from Deloitte appeared before a Senate committee. They confirmed that the audit was done with utmost confidentiality and that the Senate could have confidence in the report that they had put forward, Mr. Speaker. In fact, in the very same documents that the member refers to, the RCMP outlined the fact that it is Senator Duffy and Nigel Wright who are being investigated, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Random, Buren, St. Georges.
Well, here we go again, Mr. Speaker. You can't have it both ways. Either the RCMP are actively investigating Gerstein and Runya, or they are not.
Right.
And if they are not, then Gerstein and Runya should be called to testify under oath immediately. Parliament needs to investigate this serious breach of the integrity of this audit. Will the Prime Minister support hearing sworn testimony from Senator Gerstein, Michael Runya, and his own current and former PMO staff? Yes or no?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Again, Mr. Speaker, the three auditors were brought before a Senate committee to confirm that the audit had been done with the utmost confidentiality, that the senators could have confidence in the report that was issued by Deloitte, Mr. Speaker. Of course, it was the basis of that report which led us to, and the senators, to the conclusion that these three senators needed to be suspended without pay from the Senate, Mr. Speaker. Of course, we know that the Liberals fought against that, Mr. Speaker. They, of course, defended these three senators as victims, and Mr. Speaker, and we're defending the status quo, Mr. Speaker. That's unfortunate. We, of course, stood up for Canadian taxpayers, as we always do.
The Honourable Member for Avalon.
Mr. Speaker, the case of the Ben Perrin emails is a complete farce. The RCMP have been asking for these emails repeatedly since September, and only when they were ready to raid the PMO, they magically appeared. No one believes the excuses of this Prime Minister and his office. His office is trying to hide, deny, and deflect. Why has the PMO obstructed an RCMP investigation, and when will they publicly release Perrin's emails, which they now confess they've had for ages?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of course, the RCMP do identify on page 21 of the report the fact that the Prime Minister actually ordered his office to assist in every way possible. Hundreds of emails, thousands, in fact, were turned over, Mr. Speaker. Of course, the Privy Council office, in a letter released to the RCMP, outlined the reasons why these emails were not found initially and did take full responsibility. But I'll use the words of the member of Wascana himself, Mr. Speaker, who said, beyond apologies to the PMO and to the RCMP, the Privy Council office owes its biggest apology to all Canadians. I'll accept what the member of Wascana said on that, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker, despite what government claims, members of Canada's armed forces are not getting the support they need. We've witnessed the heartbreaking tragedy of 4 apparent suicides in the past 10 days. Men and women who have served Canada, who stood up for us, deserve to have us stand up for them. Veterans and members of our armed forces need better mental health supports and serious policy changes, and they need them now. Is the Minister now finally willing to listen and take action today?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister indicated, our thoughts and prayers go out to the families and the colleagues and friends of these individuals. Mr. Speaker, suicide is a tragedy, and we all have a role to play in reaching out to those who are hurting and encourage them to get help. I know that the Canadian Armed Forces has a confidential 24/7 toll-free telephone advisory and referral service, Mr. Speaker. I'd urge all those who are going through a crisis to reach out. There is help, Mr. Speaker. We all have a responsibility to make sure that they know that.
The Honourable Member for Pont-Neuf-Jacques-Cartier. The government asks Canadians to fight for their country, but Canadians must fight when they come back to obtain adequate health care. Between the closing of Veterans Affairs offices, the lack of mental health resources, and declining support for military families, it is clear that the Conservatives are missing the mark. Will the Minister of Defence commit to increasing the number of mental health professionals and setting up PTSD screening clinics?
Honourable
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
We all have a role to play to making sure that the services are there for our men and women in uniform, and indeed for our veterans here. She indicated that she'd like to see more money spent on health care, Mr. Speaker, more investment in there. There certainly has been under this government, Mr. Speaker. We've almost doubled the number of health care professionals, Mr. Speaker. We all do what we have to do to make sure that these individuals are approached and making sure that they know help is there, Mr. Speaker, and so I urge them to contact the armed forces, Mr. Speaker, to have available to them the services that are in place.
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Canadians who serve our country expect their government to be there for them in their time of need. Instead, the Conservatives are closing veterans' offices and failing our servicemen and women. Mr. Speaker, almost 24 of our brave heroes took their own lives in 2011, and 4 more apparent suicides this past week. Instead of hollow words, will the minister acknowledge more must be done and tell us what action he will take to ensure our armed forces have the support that they need?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
This government that we created, the Joint Personnel Support Unit, to allow our ill and injured members to work with medical personnel, social workers, occupational therapists, and others to help them transition back into civilian life, Mr. Speaker. But again, one of the things that she could do is start supporting the efforts that we have made over the years, Mr. Speaker, to increase help to our veterans or something. That would be a first step, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly would welcome that.
Member for Sackville Eastern Shore.
Mr. Speaker, Dr. Martin Luther King said of the urgency of now, and the urgency of now is right now. One of the biggest problems men and women of the military have is when they come forward and admit that they have a problem, if they get diagnosed, the clock ticks on their exit out of the military. In other words, they get booted out of the military. One of the problems, Mr. Speaker, is the program called University of Service. Now, will the minister now today rethink the universality of service to allow the men and women who do come forward to stay in the military until they receive all the psychological rehabilitation and educational opportunities to then transfer over to another career? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
That is exactly what they do, Mr. Speaker. The Chief of Defence Staff and the Chief of Military Personnel, Mr. Speaker, have ensured me that the members of the Canadian Armed Forces are not released until they are prepared for that transition. And again, I remind the member opposite that every possible accommodation is made to ensure that soldiers are kept in the forces and provided with the best possible support before being considered for release, Mr. Speaker. This is the least that we can do for them.
The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Mr. Speaker, supporting and protecting Canadian families is always a priority for our government, and that's why we've taken measures to protect Canadians online by introducing Canada's anti-spam legislation. My constituents of Calgary Centre, and indeed all Canadians, deserve to know that they're being protected from things like spyware, Trojan horses, viruses, and unwanted spam. Now, can the Minister of Industry please tell this House what our government is doing so Canadians can feel as safe in the electronic marketplace as they do at the mall?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government passed legislation to protect Canadians from unwanted email and spam. This is actually quite a serious problem for Canadians. It hurts productivity. It hurts people's wireless rates when they get unsolicited email that causes their prices to go up every month. We passed legislation to protect consumers, and today we put forward the regulations necessary to make sure that this legislation comes into force. We said in our throne speech we would stand up for consumers. We acted when we passed our anti-spam legislation. Today we're putting in place regulations to ensure that Canadians are protected from those emails and those messages that they don't wish to receive that cause their monthly bills to go up and threaten their cybersecurity.
A member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Yesterday's tanker safety report identified major gaps in safety planning, leaving Canadians profoundly concerned. Now, the panel found response time standards won't be enough to contain spills, and even in ideal conditions, 15% at most of oil spilled into our water and along our coast can be recovered. Yet Conservatives are ignoring the liabilities faced by taxpayers and stubbornly pushing for more tanker traffic, which increases the risk to our coastlines and to our communities. So will the minister put aside the spin, start being responsible, and at the very least enact these recommendations?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Speaker, our government is committed to protecting the safety of Canadians and the environment. Our government's goal in creating the expert panel was to review Canada's current tanker safety system with an eye to improvement. We welcome the panel's findings, which will serve as an important part of achieving a world-class tanker safety system. But don't take my word for it, Mr. Speaker. Here's what BC's Environment Minister said, and I quote, "I have a high degree of confidence that they are serious about achieving the goals that we have in front of us and serious about the safety of our coast and the transportation of tankers up and down our coastline."
The Honourable Member for Abbotsford-Timiskaming. Not a single Canadian can seriously trust the Conservatives to protect our coastal regions from oil spills. A group of experts called for improved resources for the Canadian Coast Guard and the Environment Canada, but guess what? Instead, the Conservatives decided to cut the budget of both of these bodies. By what twisted logic can the minister justify cutting protection and prevention budgets while allowing an increase in tanker traffic? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, if the member would like to join us in taking action on these, perhaps they should stop filibustering C3 and the stiffer penalties that are involved in that. Speaker, we've taken important actions, like increasing the number of inspections of all foreign tankers, increasing funding for the National Area and Surveillance Program to ensure that we keep a watchful eye on tankers who are moving through Canadian waters, research on non-conventional petroleum products, ensuring that systems of navigational aids are there and in place and well maintained, Mr. Speaker. And we're building on that with the panel's report. This is a next step in looking at how we make improvements to that to make it truly world-class. They should join us in that.
Member for Brossard-la-Prairie. Mr. Speaker, Transportation Safety Board files suggest that the violations of rail safety rules are more and more frequent. There have been 1,353 violations over the past 13 years. Train crews are tired and distracted. They are not following the rules in place to prevent collisions. Why have the number of violations increased, and what is the government doing to ensure that the rules are followed to the letter? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, the member will know that regulations are in place precisely to ensure the safety and security of Canadians, and it is the responsibility of companies to follow those regulations. If they do not, Mr. Speaker, they will face fines up to $1 million, and they are liable for enforcement up to and including prosecution, Mr. Speaker. And if they've broken those regulations, we will take every action necessary to ensure that they follow the rules, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough Rouge River.
Mr. Speaker, it's the responsibility of the government to keep Canadians safe and to take action and not to make excuses. The Transportation Safety Board recommended an automatic braking system called positive train control. The U.S. has mandated all rail companies to implement a similar safety system by 2015. This braking system detects speeding runaway trains and automatically slows them down. It's a simple measure that simply saves lives. Will the minister agree to the Safety Board's recommendations and introduce the mandatory braking system?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, I invite the member to actually read the Transportation Safety Board's recommendation. They did not say that positive train control is part of that. But, Mr. Speaker, Transport Canada is working with industry to look at what they did recommend, which is possible fail-safe train controls, Mr. Speaker. We're monitoring the implementation of PTC in the United States, but in the meantime, we are working with industry on possible fail-safe train controls.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver-Quadra.
Mr. Speaker, reports are circulating that the program to supply close combat vehicles to the armed forces is being cancelled at the nth hour after years of work. This is another example of taxpayer dollars wasted in a botched defence project that delivers nothing except a big hit to this government's credibility. Would the minister tell the House today, has the decision to cancel this purchase of the armoured vehicles been taken, yes or no?
Good question. The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, National Defence continues to work with Public Works on all these issues, Mr. Speaker, but we're absolutely committed to making sure that the men and women of our armed forces have the best possible equipment, Mr. Speaker. You can count on that.
Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday Shell Oil told the Government of Canada, quote, signal to the world that Canada is stepping up to do its part, end quote, on oil and gas emissions and regulations. Mr. Speaker, the provinces and the territories are there. The NGOs are there. The industry is signaling that it wants somebody there. So when will this minister and this government show up to, quote, do its part to bring order to this chaos?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government is a world leader when it comes to addressing climate change. We continue to work with the provinces on reducing emissions from the oil and gas sector. But what I can tell you is that thanks to our actions, we have seen significant reductions in greenhouse gases, unlike the Liberal Party, who increased greenhouse gas emissions by 130 megatons when they were in office, Mr. Speaker. And we're doing this without a $20 billion carbon tax that the NDP wants to put in. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Quebec. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Transport said a few months ago there are many citizens who are unhappy with the air services that are being offered to them. But airline companies are still overbooking flights and grounding passengers on the tarmac and getting away with it. The holidays are fast approaching, and many Canadians are preparing to take the plane to celebrate with their families or to travel. Why are the Conservatives refusing to adopt an air passenger Bill of Rights as proposed by the NDP?
The Honourable Secretary, the Minister of Transport.
Speaker, actually, our government has taken measures with respect to improving the all-in pricing, the clarity of all-in pricing with respect to consumers, Mr. Speaker, and we support a strong and competitive airline industry. I'm not sure, perhaps, Mr. Speaker, they would like to clarify whether their $20 billion carbon tax is going to help consumers with the cost of their travel this Christmas.
The Honourable Member for Sudbury.
Mr. Speaker, airline travelers still don't have basic protections of an airline passenger Bill of Rights. While Canadians travel for the holidays, they will continue to be bumped from flights and continue to get stuck on grounded planes, ruining trips and costing Canadians their hard-earned money. Even the Minister of Industry went on TV and agreed it's unfair. But these consumers just aren't a priority for the Conservatives. Why won't the government listen to Canadian travellers and finally work with the NDP to stop airlines from taking advantage of Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary and Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, we're standing up for Canadian consumers by not implementing a $20 billion carbon tax, which will drive up the cost of the airlines. Mr. Speaker, we're going to continue to ensure that our system of transportation, air travel, is safe, secure, and cost-effective. And we'll do.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, today in Canada, more than 4,500 people are waiting for organ transplants. But the needs of many of these patients will never be met because only a fraction of Canadians are registered donors. As members of this House will know, during the difficult days following the death of my wife, Betty, I drew strength from my faith and from the fact that 5 people received the gift of life through her gift of donated organs. Mr. Speaker, life is the most precious gift one can give. Yes. So with Christmas approaching, can the Minister of Health inform this House on the steps being taken to encourage Canadians to give the gift of life through organ donations?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Kitchener-Conestoga for sharing the wonderful story of his wife Betty with all of us in the House today. And today I had a chance to meet with the honourable member and as well with Helen Campbell, a transplant recipient, an inspiring young woman who reminds us about how precious life is, which is why I'm so pleased today to launch a new social media campaign and website along with Mrs. Lorraine Harper to help promote organ and tissue donation. donations. I ask all MPs in the House to please go to healthycanadians.gc.ca. Anywhere you live in the country, register to become a donor. Hashtag Gift of Life. Make sure that you do this. And when you're at home this Christmas or Hanukkah, over the holidays, please have a conversation with your family. Tell them that you want to be an organ donor. It's the most important thing you can do.
Honourable Member for Saint-Maurice-Champlain. Mr. Speaker, on October 25th, Via Rail decided to sell the Parent and La Tuque train stations and signed an agreement in principle with La Tuque. Said agreement contains a transfer of the jobs linked to user services to the municipality of La Tuque. Can the minister explain how a municipality can have responsibilities that legally and morally belong to a national rail carrier? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, the member will know that VIA is an independent Crown corporation, and as such, arm's length from the government is responsible for its own operational decisions.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Mr. Speaker, a month ago, I asked the Minister of Transport to quickly reevaluate the file concerning air safety control required for the Sherbrooke Airport. The Minister said that we had to go through an eligibility process, and the city did so. Everyone in Sherbrooke is waiting for action on the part of the Minister. It is time that she examines this file seriously. We are waiting for an answer from her, so what is the message that she is going to the Sherbrooke people today? Will she finally act, yes or no? Parliamentary Secretary.
Over 200 airports in Canada, and by law, the screening of passengers and baggage is carried out at only in the 89 designated airports. That list does not change regardless if regular services are available or not. But having said that, the member will know the Minister has tasked officials to review options for non-designated airports that are currently in development.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver South.
Mr. Speaker, last March, our government announced a comprehensive plan to develop a world-class tanker safety system in Canada. Among other measures, our government announced the creation of a tanker safety expert panel to review Canada's current tanker safety system and to propose further measures to strengthen it. Yesterday, the Minister of Transport and the Minister of Natural Resources announced the release of the Tanker Safety Expert Panel's report. This report is an important step in our government's commitment to develop a world-class tanker safety system in Canada. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport update this House on the panel's findings? Hear, hear.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for her incredible work on this file. Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to protecting the safety of Canadians and the environment. Our goal in creating the expert panel was to review Canada's current tanker system and identify areas of improvement. Mr. Speaker, the Minister has welcomed, and we welcome the panel's findings. They'll serve as an important part of achieving a world-class tanker safety system, and will continue to take action to ensure Canada has the most stringent tanker safety system in the world. And this is what BC's Environment Minister said, Mr. Speaker, and I will quote, "I have a high degree of confidence that they are serious about achieving the goals that we have in front of us and serious about the safety of our coast and the transportation of tankers up and down our coastlines."
Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Mr. Speaker, the Transport Minister is trying to justify her inaction by saying that the city signed a memorandum of understanding with the operator of the Neuville Aerodrome, but there are two major problems with her reasoning. First, the Minister cannot shirk her duty to hold public consultations or to conduct an environmental impact assessment. Second, this aerodrome project violates the municipal bylaws and provincial rules. The Conservatives created a precedent with the Parkland County Aerodrome in Alberta. Why can't they do the same thing with Neuville? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the member will know that Transport Canada does not give permits for building aerodromes. Transport Canada's role is to ensure that all safety regulations are respected and followed. On that note, Mr. Speaker, the Minister has tasked officials to look into this matter. on an expedited basis.
The honourable member for Richmond Arthur-Basket.
Mr. Speaker, contrary to what the federal government claims, the CETA will not be a deal that makes everyone a winner. In Quebec, cheese producers will lose $300 million in retail sales, and dairy producers will lose $150 million. At the opening of the UPA convention, President Marcel Grelot asked the government to sit down with the industry. If you are serious, there must be compensation. It must be measured. We need numbers, and we need to sit down and determine them right now, is what he said. The government was quick to compensate the fishers of Newfoundland. Will it address tomorrow the requests of the Quebec producers? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Against the Canada-European trade agreement that will bring $12 billion into Canada, and that will help the pork farmers of Quebec.
Our government has always defended the supply management system of Canada, and in this accord it maintains its position. The three main pillars of our internal supply management system remain intact. We will serve the CETA agreement will be good for dairy producers, and should they suffer, we will financially assist these producers.
Question period for today. I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of a parliamentary delegation from the Republic of Kazakhstan, led by His Excellency Ashkat Dolbayev, Prosecutor General. I would also like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of a parliamentary delegation from the Republic of Turkey. And I would also like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of a delegation from the Northwest Territories, led by the Honourable Robert McLeod, Premier, and the following ministers, Michael Miltenberger and the Honourable David Ramsey. The Honourable member for Brampton West is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday I used some very unparliamentary language in the chamber, and for that I unreservedly apologize.
Well said. I thank the honourable member for that. It being 3:05 p.m. pursuant to an order made on Tuesday, November 26, 2013, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at third reading stage of Bill C-489 under private members' business. Call in the members. Mr. Warawa, seconded by Mr. Lozon, move that Bill C-489, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, restrictions on offenders, be now read a third time and do pass. All those on my right in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Harris, Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Harris, Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr.
Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, St. John.
Mr. Weston, St. John.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Sopuck.
Mr. Sopuck.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Chizu.
Mr. Chizu.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Lezon.
Mr. Lezon.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Ms. Young Vancouver South.
Ms. Young Vancouver South.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Ms. Crockett.
Ms. Crockett.
The quatrième rangée.
Mr. Hebert.
Fourth row.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Crampers Edward Hastings.
Mr. Crampers Edward Hastings.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Alan Tobic McTaquac.
Mr. Alan Vic McTaquac.
Mr. Brown-Berry.
Mr. Brown-Berry.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
A third row on my right.
Mr. Vellacott.
Mr. Vellacott.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Decker.
Mr. Decker.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora.
Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Gill.
Ms. James.
Ms. James.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. Leung.
Mr. Leung.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Ms. Adams.
Ms. Adams.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Brown Leeds Grenville.
Mr. Brown Leeds Grenville.
Mrs. Graywall.
Mrs. Graywall.
Deuxième rangée.
Mr. Ashfield.
Second row.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Morfundy Royal.
Mr. Morfundy Royal.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Gossal.
Mr. Gossal.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Camp, Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp, Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Keddy, South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Mr. Keddy, South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Première rangée.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher. First row.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Mr. Fantino.
Mr. Fantino.
Mr. Valcourt.
Mr. Valcourt.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Blaney.
Ms. Finley, Haldeman, Norfolk.
Ms. Finley, Haldeman, Norfolk.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McKay, Central Nova.
Mr. McKay, Central Nova.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Labelle.
Mr. Labelle.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Finley, Delta Richmond East.
Ms. Finley, Delta Richmond East.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Breitkreitz.
Mr. Breitkreitz.
All those in favor of the motion, fifth row on my left, please rise.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Genet.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Stauffer.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Cleary.
Monsieur Morin, Chicoutimi de Fjord.
Monsieur Morin, Chicoutimi Le Fjord.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame de Grâce-la-Chine.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame de Grâce-la-Chine.
Monsieur Diane Labelle.
Monsieur Diane Labelle.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Benskin.
Monsieur Morin, Laurentier Labelle.
Monsieur Morin, Laurentier Labelle.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Patry.
Monsieur Patry.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Madame Mourani.
Madame Mourani.
Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row.
Mr. DeVolin.
Mr. DeVolin.
Monsieur Gigard.
Monsieur Gigard.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Genet Jourdain.
Monsieur Genet Jourdain.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Sandu.
Mr. Sandu.
Madame Sella.
Madame Sella.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Mrs. Bison.
Mrs. Bison.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Borg.
Madame Borg.
Mr. Nichols.
Monsieur Nichols.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Shue.
Mr. Shue.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Third row on my left.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Lou.
Madame Lou.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Blanchette Lamotte.
Madame Blanchette Lamotte.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Groguet.
Madame Groguet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame Peclet.
Madame Peclet.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
Monsieur Mai.
Monsieur Mai.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur
Caron.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Larose.
Mr. Kotler.
Mr. Kotler.
Mr. McKay Scarborough-Guildwood.
Mr. McKay Scarborough-Guildwood.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. Karagiannis.
Mr. Karagiannis.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Pachetti.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Deuxième rangée.
Second row.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Adler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Madame Moura-Bitsibiti-Miskaming.
Madame Moura-Bitsibiti-Miskaming.
Madame D.
Madame D.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Kelway.
Mr. Kelway.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Monsieur Toon.
Monsieur Toon.
Madame Tomel.
Madame Tomel.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Monsieur Boulouris.
Monsieur Boulouris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Harris, Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Harris, Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Thibault.
Mr. Thibault.
Mr. Burns.
Mr. Burns.
Mr. Valerius.
Mr. Valerius.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
First row on my left.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Sims Newton North Delta.
Ms. Sims Newton North Delta.
Mr. Alan Wellen.
Mr. Alan Wellen.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Harris St. John's East.
Mr. Harris St. John's East.
Madame Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Mulcair.
Mr. Mulcair.
Ms. Davies Vancouver East.
Ms. Davies Vancouver East.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Ms. Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Davies Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Davies Vancouver Kingsway.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Madame Perrault.
Madame Perrault.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Leblanc-Beauséjour.
Monsieur Leblanc-Beauséjour.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Monsieur Bélanger.
All those opposed to the motion, fifth row on my right, please rise. Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row. Third row.
Second row. First row. All those opposed to the motion, fifth row on my left, please rise.
Ms. May.
Ms. May.
Fourth row. Troisième rangée.
Third row. Second row.
First row.
Yeas pour 276, 276. Nays contre 1.
I declare the motion carried.
Third reading of this bill, troisième lecture de ce projet.
Tabling of documents, dépôt des documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to table in both national languages a report titled The State of Canada's Forests Annual Report 2013, and that pursuant to Standing Order 32.5, the report should be referred to the Standing Committee on Natural Resources.
I can't believe Elizabeth.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 9 petitions.
Introduction of government bills. Déclaration de ministre.
Minister statements.
Parliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages the following reports of the Canadian delegation of the Canada-United States Interparliamentary Group respecting its participation at the following 4 meetings. Firstly, the National Governors Association winter meeting that was held in Washington, D.C. from February 22nd to 25th, 2013. Secondly, the Pacific Northwest Economic Region 23rd Annual Summit that was held in Anchorage, Alaska from July 14th to 19th, 2013. Thirdly, the 66th Annual Meeting of the Council of State Governments West that was held in Las Vegas, Nevada from July 30th to August 2nd, 2013. And lastly, the 79th Annual Meeting of the Southern Governors Association that was held in Louisville, Kentucky from September 6th to 9th, 2013. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting reports from committees. Présentation de rapport de comité. The Honourable Member for Burlington.
I have the honour to present in both official languages the second report of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights entitled Supplementary Estimates B, 2013 and 14 votes 1B, 5B, 35B, and 50B under Justice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Brant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I have the honor to present in both official languages the first report of the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities, entitled Supplementary Estimates B 2013-2014.
The Honourable Member for La Salle-Mar. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the first report of the Standing Committee on the Status of Women with regard to its study of the Supplementary Estimates B 2013-2014.
Edward Hastings.
Well, Mr. Speaker, thank you. I have the honor to present today in both official languages the first report of the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security in relation to the Supplementary Estimates B 2013 and 2014.
The Honourable Député.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the first report of the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates with regard to its study of the Supplements B 2013-2014. Thank you.
Introduction of private members' bills. Première lecture de projet de loi
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motion. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The Honourable Member for York, York South-Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the pleasure of presenting to the House of Commons two petitions signed by my constituents in York South-Weston. The first calls on the Government of Canada to immediately take steps to fund urgent infrastructure projects in order to upgrade sewer systems and avoid future property damage such as those caused by the massive flooding in Toronto last July 8th. The second calls on the government to abolish the unelected and unaccountable Senate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Yellowhead.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36, I have the privilege to present in both official languages two petitions from my riding. They're both calling on the same thing, which is that the House of Commons in Parliament and the Parliament Assembly speedily enact legislation to restrict abortion to the greatest extent possible.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke North.
Regarding climate change, our most pressing environmental issue, climate change is expensive. By 2050, the annual adaptation cost could be $21 to $43 billion annually. In 2011, the U.S. experienced 14 extreme weather events that each cost $1 billion each. The petitioners call on the government to model climate impacts to inform decisions about adaptation and allocate resources to help Canadians adapt.
Honourable Deputy Charlebourg-Gauthier.
The Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will table a petition of over 400 names of constituents from my riding calling for the creation of an ombudsman position who would have the power to receive and analyze complaints and to recommend corrective measures and impose sanctions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising today to present 6 separate petitions from the constituents in Sarnia-Lambton, and all of these petitions are calling for the creation of a legislated ombudsman mechanism for responsible mining. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Léonard-Saint-Michel.
Mr. Speaker, many people have signed a petition calling on the Minister of Finance in particular, and other Conservative members, that Labour-sponsored venture funds be retained because they are a tool to help preserve the pensions of employees of small and medium-sized businesses. So these people ask that the Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, and the Conservatives take all measures possible to reverse the decision of the government to eliminate the 15% tax credit given to people who save, who invest in Labour-sponsored venture funds. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Burnaby, New Westminster. New Westminster Coquitlam, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to present a petition. The petitioners call or say the practice of shark finning results in an estimated 73 million sharks a year being killed for their fins alone, and that over 1/3 of all shark species are threatened with extinction as a result of shark finning. And they say measures must be taken to stop the global practice of shark finning and ensure the responsible conservation and management of sharks. And they call on the Government of Canada to immediately legislate a ban on the importation of shark fin to Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have two petitions. The first is a petition in response to a bill introduced by my colleague from Hamilton Mountain. And her bill would amend the Income Tax Act so that travel and accommodation for tradespersons would be allowed and would therefore enable many of these tradespersons to find work. As you know, Mr. Speaker, unemployment is a serious problem in our region. The second is from a group of London constituents who call on the government to enact Bill C-498, which is my bill, that would protect the Thames River, the North Thames and the Middle Thames by placing them back under the Navigable Waters Protection Act. This is a heritage river, Mr. Speaker, and we need to protect it. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Speaker, I'm proud to rise on behalf of a constituent by the name of Alda De Rosa. Met with Alda and she presented a petition asking for the creation of a legislative ombudsman mechanism for responsible mining. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Thunder Bay Superior North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising on behalf of numerous Canadians who are asking for the federal government to commit to stable and predictable long-term core funding for Canada's public broadcasting, including CBC Radio and Radio-Canada. And as a source for local and national news, it's a medium for the broadcast of Canadian culture and viewpoints and an avenue for expression for Canadian independent artists. And it's public radio that's a vital component of our national identity and experience. And in Thunder Bay, Superior North, and northwestern Ontario, it's a powerful community voice that unites us in northwestern Ontario. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Davenport.
I rise today to present petitions from Toronto residents opposed to the reversal of Line 9 to ship raw bitumen through our city via a 40-year-old pipeline that was originally built for light crude oil. Instead of trying to address the significant environmental and health concerns raised by these signatories and the NDP, this Conservative government has shut out the public from the consultation process, demolished environmental assessments, wiped out protections for our lakes and rivers. The government is determined to ram Line 9 through Toronto no matter what the cost to our city, environment, and future health of our communities, and we completely reject this approach, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
L'Honorable Député de Laval.
The Honourable Member for Laval. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the privilege to present three petitions. Many constituents from my riding want to see the creation of an ombudsman for responsible mining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present two petitions. One is from my colleague from Hamilton Mountain who introduced Bill C-20, and this petition from people from my riding of Isilda, Chelmsford, Dr. Raz, Sudbury, and Hanmer asks that the government help these tradesperson with expenses when they have to move to find employment. The second petition is for the my bill C-3556, an act respecting a national dementia strategy. Mr. Speaker, as the Health Minister is headed to London for the G8 meetings where they will be discussing the effects of dementia, hopefully she will come back to Canada with a plan to install this strategy.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present two petitions. The first is from residents of the Kippawa Lakes area, Temiskaming, and other places nearby who are very concerned about a proposal for a rare earth mining project. They ask for the House of Commons to recognize the unique and ecological and cultural historical aspects of their area and to deny approval to the mining project. The second, Mr. Speaker, is from residents throughout British Columbia, Vancouver, as well as Denman Island, Cumberland, British Columbia, all calling on this House to work to ensure that the Northern Gateway project proposed by Enbridge is thoroughly assessed and ceases to be the subject of boosterism from the current administration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Présentation des pétitions. questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the following questions will be answered today, Q61 and Q62. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, questions Q46, 47, 49, 52, 57, 63, and 64 could be made orders for returns. These returns would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that questions number Q46, 47, 49, 52, 57, 63, and 64 be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you once again, Mr. Speaker. Finally, I ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand.
And is that agreed? Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. Notice of motions for the production of papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House.
Once more, Mr. Speaker, I ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers be allowed to stand.
And is that agreed? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day. Order du jour.
Government orders, government bills, commons. Consideration at second reading of Bill C-15, the Northwest Territories Devolution Act.
Mr. Valcourt, seconded by Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North, moves that Bill C-15, an act to replace the Northwest Territories Act to implement certain provisions of the Northwest Territories Lands and Resources Devolution Agreement, and to repeal or make amendments to the Territorial Lands Act, the Northwest Territories Waters Act, the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act, other acts, and certain orders and regulations, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development. Debate. The Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is my privilege to open debate today on Bill C-15, the Northwest Territories Devolution Act. De fait, c'est avec honneur que j'ouvre le débat, Monsieur.
And it is a pleasure and a privilege for me to open debate today on Bill C-15, the Northwest Territories Devolution Act that deals with resources. The introduction of this act marks the culmination of hard work, decades, in fact, of hard work toward the devolution of decision-making powers over lands and resources to the people of the Northwest Territories. This is a critical juncture, not only in the political and economic evolution of the Northwest Territories, but in the constitutional development of our great country. We know that the North has always held a distinctive place in the life of our great country. It is a frontier, a homeland, rich with vibrant people, potential, and culture. The North defines Canada and what it means to be Canadian.
This Conservative government, under the leadership of this Prime Minister, has consistently demonstrated a strong commitment to the North. Indeed, I am proud to say that no previous federal government in Canadian history that has done more for North than this Conservative government. One of the first things we did after coming to power in 2006 was to put in place a comprehensive Northern strategy which is built on 4 pillars. 1, exercising Canada's sovereignty. 2, promoting social and economic development. 3rd, protecting our environment heritage. And finally, improving and devolving Northern governance. Well, the introduction of the Northwest Territories Devolution Act is another important step in the implementation of this Northern strategy. I would say a milestone. We recognize that a key feature of Canadian history has been the evolution of our nation's vast northern region into self-governing territories with resource development as the mainstay of their economies. And our record stands in marked contrast to my friend over at the far end, the Liberals, who for decades treated the North as an afterthought and Northern resources as a federal treasure chest. Soon after my appointment, Mr. Speaker, as Minister of Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development, I was privileged to be in Yellowknife with the Prime Minister, the Premier of the Government of the Northwest Territories, as well as our five of our Aboriginal partners in the Northwest Territories, in Inuit Regional Corporation, the Northwest Territories Territory Métis Nation, the Sawtooth Secretariat Incorporated, Gwich'in Tribal Council, and the Tlicho government, to mark the conclusion of negotiations on the Northwest Territories Lands and Resources Devolution Agreement in March of this year. And I think that the Prime Minister said it best at the AIP signing in Yellowknife in March of this year when he said, and I quote, "Our government recognizes that Northerners are best placed to make the important decisions about how to run their economies and how to maximize use of their resources. Once finalized, this historic agreement will provide the Northwest Territories with greater decision-making powers over a range of new responsibilities which will lead to jobs, growth, and long-term prosperity across the territory." Now, our government, Mr. Speaker, believes that the opportunities and challenges in the Northwest Territories are better handled by the people who understand them best, and that is the people of the Northwest Territories. Et c'est justement...
This act will do exactly that. It will allow the people of the Northwest Territories to seize control of the lands and resources and benefit from those tremendous resources in their own backyard. For those who may be skeptical about what this bill can achieve, look no further than the Yukon to see the benefits that devolution and a modern regulatory system can have on an economy. It is not merely coincidence that this year is the 10th anniversary of devolution in the Yukon, and the territory is in its 10th straight year of positive GDP growth, which is good news. Investment is up, unemployment is down, and the Yukon has not looked back. To complete the decades-long devolution of decision-making responsibilities, this bill is required to bring the Northwest Territories Lands and Resources Devolution Agreement into effect. Bill C-15 would amend the Northwest Territories Act and bring this into agreement effect. In addition, it would modernize this legislation by updating its language, by clarifying key provisions and removing archaic ones, and by updating territorial authorities that draw their power from the Act. Finally, amendments to the Northwest Territories Act would enshrine current practices in the territory that support responsible government. Mr. Speaker, the government of the Northwest Territories has seen significant political evolution. Since 1967, the year Yellowknife was established as the capital of the Northwest Territories, and the seat of government was moved from Ottawa. Since that time, the federal government has transferred powers to the territorial government over health care, housing, forestry, education, and social services. The devolution of province-like functions has been a long-standing and shared priority of the federal and territorial governments. Over the last 4 decades, Mr. Speaker, most of the province-like functions have been devolved to the territorial governments. The devolution of province-like powers over their lands, waters, and resources is the last of the major province-like functions in the Northwest Territories, which remain with the federal government. Mr. Speaker, to put it simply, this bill achieves devolution for the Northwest Territories. It gives the territory the tools to chart its own destiny, a destiny we know will end in success.
We've worked tirelessly and with all our partners in the North. In the Northwest Territories, we work with the territorial government under the impressive leadership of Premier MacLeod, and if it were not for the rules, I would signal the presence of the Premier, but I know I can't. Now, in the Northwest, as I said, under the impressive leadership of Premier MacLeod, yes, we've worked with, and we work closely with various Aboriginal stakeholders and governments, including the Inuvialuit Regional Corporation, the Gwich'in Tribal Council, the Satu Secretariat, the Kl'ich'o government, and the Northwest Territory Métis Nation, all in order to reach a comprehensive devolution agreement for the territory. And I also want to take a moment, Mr. Speaker, to acknowledge the work of my predecessors. I have the privilege today of tabling this bill and speaking on it and opening the debate on it. But I want to acknowledge the work of the current Chief Government Whip, the Member of Parliament for Vancouver Island North, as well as the Honourable Jim Prentice and the Honourable Chuck Straw, all who have worked hard to make this day happen. And of course, none of this would have been possible, Mr. Speaker, without the steady hand of the Prime Minister himself. Now, this past June, I was in the Northwest Territories again, this time in Inuvik, to sign the final devolution agreement on behalf of the Government of Canada and along with the Government of the Northwest Territories and 5 Aboriginal groups. We continue to work toward a target effective date of April 1st, 2014, as requested by the Premier of the Government of the Northwest Territories and agreed to by the Prime Minister and all parties to the devolution agreement. It is also our shared objective with the Government of the Northwest Territories to devolve, Mr. Speaker, a modern, efficient, and effective land and water regulatory system to the Government of the Northwest Territories, in accordance with our 2010 action plan to improve northern regulatory regime. Now, unlike my friend, the member from the Western Arctic across of me, who believes that resource development has not reduced poverty, our government knows that resource development creates jobs and economic opportunity for Northerners and all Canadians. And we also know that the Northwest Territories is full of opportunity, in particular its mineral-rich land and vast oil and gas reserves. However, much of this opportunity has gone untapped, and the territory has undergone a contraction in its economy over recent years. These are the facts. And, Mr. Speaker, bringing forward a modern regulatory regime is an important tool to attract investment and promote growth in the territory. And that is why this bill also puts in place an improved regulatory framework in the Northwest Territories that will ensure that resource development continues in a manner that respects the environment while ensuring the long-term prosperity of the Northwest Territories for generations to come. To this end, the Northwest Territories Devolution Act includes amendments to the Territorial Lands Act, the Northwest Territories Waters Act, and the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act, which will increase predictability and timeliness in the environmental assessment process, reduce regulatory burden, improve environmental protection, and ensure meaningful Aboriginal consultation. And more importantly, however, this will give the people of the Northwest Territories greater control over decisions setting the nature and pace of development and the regulatory processes and environmental assessments of resource development projects on their land and waters. Specifically, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-15 would amend the Territorial Lands Act so that it no longer applies to lands under the administration and control of the Commissioner of the Northwest Territories. The Act would only apply to federal lands and federally managed sites in the Northwest Territories and Nunavut. And for its part, the Legislative Assembly of the Northwest Territories Legislature will pass its own legislation to manage lands under the administration and control of the Commissioner of the Territory. And the bill would also repeal the Territorial Waters Act, as the Legislative Assembly of the Northwest Territories will also enact a new territorial law to manage waters in the territory. The Mackenzie Valley Land and Water Board would continue to issue license on territorial and private lands in the Mackenzie Valley, but the new territorial water legislation and its regulation would set out requirements for issuing licenses on these lands. For waters in the Inuvialuit settlement region, licenses for water use and waste disposal will be the responsibility of an Inuvialuit Water Board, which will be established under the new Territorial Act. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act would remain a federal statute similar to federal environmental assessment legislation in every other jurisdiction in Canada, should this bill be passed. As a result, Bill C-15 would cause substantial portions of the Northwest Territories Waters Act to be incorporated into the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act in order for Canada to continue to regulate on federal lands, of which most public lands will have been transferred to the territory as of April 1st, 2014. Pardon, Monsieur l'Orateur.
I apologize, Mr. Speaker.
The regulatory processes for land and water will continue to generate many benefits for the people of the Northwest Territory, Mr. Speaker. And the bill will also promote greater environmental stewardship of all lands and waters in the territory. Et je veux dire que
And I would also like to say that when we launched the action plan to improve the regulation system and to improve these systems across the North, we did it to ensure that it be solid, efficient, and foreseeable, especially by making project assessments, project reviews more quick, by avoiding duplication to better protect the environment, and respecting our obligations to consult Aboriginal groups. Mr. Speaker.
Development of this legislation that you see before you today is the result of years of important collaborative work. Adoption of the Northwest Territories Devolution Act by Parliament would mark the legislative conclusion of the vital work in the Northwest Territories we set out in the action plan to improve northern regulatory regimes. Passage of Bill C-15 would allow us to work with Northerners under a regulatory regime that works for all and that will contribute to improved economic outcomes. Mr. Speaker, I'm convinced all of us in the House will agree that the source of our country's power and legitimacy in the North is derived from the people who live, work, and raise families there, and from vibrant, self-sufficient northern communities. These are the people and communities that this Act seeks to support. Canadians of the North must be empowered with the legal authority to create northern ways to meet northern needs. The Northwest Territories Devolution Act would give the Northwest Territories the tools and political freedom to do this. And Mr. Speaker, in closing, I urge my colleagues to do their part in building the true North. I urge my colleagues to pass Bill C-15 swiftly into law. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Western Arctic.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Minister for his presentation on Bill C-15. I heard what he had to say with some great deal of interest. This bill, of course, is two bills, really, that have been brought together, and I have asked the Minister in the past if he could have put them forward as separate bills so that the people of the North could truly debate these in a fashion that would work for them. This is not the case. Now, one of the aspects of the agreement that was made between the government of Northwest Territories and the federal government was for a review of the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act after 5 years. This agreement is not carried forward in any of the legislation. It is not in the devolution implementation bill. It's not within the amendments to the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act. How can the people of the North be sure that in future governments that we will get a proper review of the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act, which really, in the form that is presented in this bill, will give the Minister complete control over the terms and conditions of resource development in the Northwest Territories going forward? How can we be sure that this review will take place? Can the Minister give us some assurances that, although it's not in the legislation, it was in the agreement, that this review will be wholeheartedly taken on by the government?
The Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development.
Respect, the Honourable Member is answering his own question because he asked me, how will we know that the 5-year review will take place since it is in the agreement? Well, very simply, the answer is that indeed it is in the agreement, it is an undertaking, and it will be done because that was the agreement. Now, some of the comments made by the Honourable Member, it's like if, this is particular to the Northwest Territories. Federal environmental assessment legislation exists in all jurisdictions in Canada. And retaining the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act as a federal legislation is consistent with the approach taken in other jurisdictions such as Yukon. Now, in order for regulatory improvement initiatives to be fully implemented, all parties to the devolution agreement agreed that it was desirable to have this piece of legislation remain federal at this time and to utilize delegation as a model to implement devolution with full review of this model after 5 years. And that's what we are going to do, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and a couple of questions for the Minister on this bill. First of all, as you know, the Liberal Party has been very supportive of devolution agreements in Canada and have certainly worked with Nunavut, the Yukon, and the Northwest Territories in the past around these particular issues. Obviously, with the devolution of any agreement of this size and magnitude, there comes a financial responsibility to ensure that the agreement is followed through and is implemented appropriately. And I asked the Minister today if there has been agreement with regard to the financial contributions that would be contributed as part of this, and if it is satisfactory to the Government of the Northwest Territories to do the job that they need to do.
The Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development.
I thank the member for her question because it is an important one. Yes, indeed. The government will transfer $26.5 million in one time and $67.3 million in ongoing funding annually to the government of the Northwest Territories, and $4 million in one time and $4.6 million in ongoing funds annually to the Aboriginal parties. Now, ongoing funding to the government of the Northwest Territories will enable them to cover costs associated with the management of land and resource responsibilities. And if the member may recall, I was before the Standing Committee of the House on Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development for the supplementary estimates B for 2013-14, and there was $20 million earmarked this year to ensure that this payment be made to the Northwest Territories in the current year.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to participate in this debate today. I know that for our government, cutting red tape is an important part of what we want to do. I know that the chair of the Aboriginal Affairs Committee was on the Red Tape Reduction Commission, which took a look at government operations to see where we could reduce red tape. And that's what certainly I've been hearing about the regulatory regime in the Northwest Territories, that there is red tape there that may be, in fact, hampering economic opportunity. So I'd like to ask the Honourable Minister if he could contrast the situation in the Northwest Territories with the other parts of Canada's north that perhaps have a different regulatory regime.
Honourable Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, right now, the member will know that the government embarked upon a regulatory reform pursuant to an action plan that was adopted in 2010. The House and colleagues will remember that in the last session, late spring of last year, we passed the NUPA, which was the first part of the regulatory reform taking place, which affected, of course, the Yukon, the Northwest Territories, and also Nunavut. With this bill, we really bring to the Northwest Territories a regulatory regime that will keep the territory competitive in terms of the regime it operates under, vis-à-vis the Yukon, for example, or even Nunavut. Right now, if we look at the facts, Mr. Speaker, I think that the disadvantage of duplication, uncertainty of application, and inefficiencies has not worked well for the government of the Northwest Territories and its people, and that's why I think it is important that we pass this bill so that they can benefit from the new regulatory regime.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I can try to squeeze in two questions to the Minister in response to C-15. One is I'm confused by the fact that in C-4, which was an omnibus budget bill, we incorporated a change that would have more properly been here, which was the Mackenzie Gas Pipeline Funds Impacts Act, which allows the minister to have complete discretion as to how the funds are used as opposed to the previous way they were used. This relates to my next question, which is that admittedly, Northwest Territories has a complex jurisdictional framework. Anyone who participated in the Mackenzie Gas Pipeline hearings is aware of the multiple levels of jurisdictions. But the regional boards that were established and which are being conflated through this act were set up in relation to a land claims agreement and were to stay in place until all land claim agreements were resolved. And with still outstanding land claim agreements in the area, was it appropriate to devolve and to reduce the number of boards? It's fine to say it makes the Northwest Territories more competitive, but what does it say about the consistency with agreements with the federal crown and various complex regional organizations?
Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member raises a question which he knows is sensitive to particularly the Aboriginal parties in the region in question. Currently, there are 4 land and water boards for the Mackenzie Valley. 3 of the existing land and water boards, Bridgeton, Sawtoo, and Wikizee, function in each of their claim area as regional panels of the Mackenzie Valley and Water Board, which is responsible for projects that cover more than one region and for the unsettled areas. Now, the restructured board, which was envisaged and agreed to when the land claim agreements were concluded. I mean, every Aboriginal group with whom these comprehensive land claims agreements were concluded knew that at one point a board could cover the whole of the Northwest Territories, and that's exactly what we are achieving in this bill C-15, Mr. Speaker, quite respectful of our treaty obligations.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Western Arctic.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as a northerner, longtime northerner, lifelong northerner, I'm pleased to have the opportunity to address this bill, the devolution implementation bill that's in front of us, C-15. I'd first like to congratulate the Premier of the Northwest Territories, Bob McLeod, his cabinet ministers, and the staff for the hard work that they put in on this file. And that kind of extends back through the time of the Northwest Territories to many other people who have dedicated their service in building a territory that with political rights that are equivalent to other parts of Canada. Mr. Speaker, C-15 has 2 very significant and different parts of the bill. One makes changes to the Northwest Territories Act, an act which is, for virtual purposes, the Constitution of the Northwest Territories. All actions within it fall under the Northwest Territories Act. And then the other laws that are being changed to implement the devolution agreement between Canada and the Northwest Territories. The second part brings in changes to the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act, and primarily doing away with the regional board, land and water boards created through land claims agreements with the First Nations, replacing them with a single super board, land and water board. There are other changes in the Act, and I'll speak to those as I go along. There are very significant other changes that, apart from what the Minister has said, will leave even stronger powers for the Minister over resource development in the Northwest Territories. It's quite clearly the case. We support devolution in our government, in the New Democratic Party. We support devolution, and we see this as a step forward for the Northwest Territories in some respects, and we will look to the bill going to committee. We will look to the opportunities that we have to put forward amendments that may better serve the people of the Northwest Territories.
The devolution part of the bill partially realized the dream Northerners had for over 50 years, taking more authority over their lives from bureaucrats in Ottawa. I've lived that life, and I know what that life is. The Carruthers Commission, of course, in '68 moved the capital of the Northwest Territories to Yellowknife and brought a number of bureaucrats there. But that was, I think, what we could call second-stage colonialism. We brought the federal government into the Northwest Territories, and to the greatest extent, they ruled the North, from the North rather than from Ottawa. The federally appointed Commissioner of the Northwest Territories was the Speaker, Premier, and a Lieutenant Governor, all rolled into one up until 1975. In '75, we had our first elected territorial council of 15 members. And this includes, of course, the territory known as Nunavut now, under one roof. Before that, a mixture of people elected and appointed by the federal government provided governance. Executive power still lay with the commissioner, assisted by a deputy and an assistant commissioner. With the appointment of John Parker in 1979, the move began away from an executive commissioner towards a more ceremonial role as lieutenant governor. And I'll get back to that point because it's a point I want to bring up in this particular speech. In the late 80s, Health Services Administration of Justice and Management Forestry would devolve to the Government of Northwest Territories, who I think has handled all of those as well as can be and deserves great praise for providing services to people across a vast territory with limited resources. We've taken on education, social services, highways, airport administration, and a number of other of the roles that would be classified as provincial. That was never satisfactory to the North, as after the 90s when we had constitutional development conferences in the North where we talked about our future, what direction we would take. I think we all felt that we wanted to be a unique place in Canada. We wanted full respect for Aboriginal governments. We wanted partnerships between Aboriginal governments and public government so that we would have a territory that would truly represent the people, the history, the real claim that First Nations have to the land and to the resources of the North. That is, I think, is a dream that still is held by most Northerners. So devolution efforts in the early part of the 2000s, virtually with the Liberals, the deal was virtually the same as this. Perhaps a little better money at the time they were offering, and I think a little more control over development. So that deal was actually rejected in the end by the parties because there wasn't a common agreement. And I think one of the great accomplishments of Premier MacLeod with the devolution file has been to bring many of the First Nations on board. Now, Premier MacLeod himself is of Aboriginal descent and has a great deal of respect among First Nations people, among all of us in the North, for his strength and his fairness. So I think that's something that has helped the devolution file tremendously. The MVMRA part of the bill, however, implements a conservative desire to move forward with more rapid resource development in the Northwest Territories. That's what we see here. That sees the purpose of this, and this is the great trade-off that is being made with this bill. The trade-off that we all have been put under. When I did a comprehensive audit of people's attitudes towards changes in the MVMRA done by outside consultants a year and a half ago, it was pretty clear that most people in the Northwest Territories were not thinking that the regulatory system needed more than some very straightforward tweaking. One thing we all did agree with was that the land use plans, which are part of the MVMRA, needed to be completed, including McCrank. So everybody agreed to that. This government has not moved very fast to make that happen, which was one of the biggest problems we had in the regulatory system. For more than 20 years, the Aboriginal people in the Northwest Territories have hung their hat on having some say and control over resource development, process on lands and waters, and they've tied this to the MVMRA with their duly developed land claims agreements with the Gwich'in, with the Satu, and with the Tlicho governments. So these people have agreed to regional boards. They have supported regional boards. Yes, there is provisions that perhaps one single board could be made, but what we found in the Northwest Territories is the regional boards actually provide a useful and necessary function within the Northwest Territories to clearly provide that vision that we talked about earlier, the vision of a territory that had balance between Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal governments. So what we're going to see with this bill is that particular structure is going to be changed to a single board. This may be able to be changed back later if that is very much a question that's up in the air now. But certainly with an NDP government, we would go back and take a look at this. We would go back and see whether this was appropriate to the development of the Northwest Territories according to how the people see their development take place. The MVMRA remains a federal legislation, but it is an essential part of how the balance of the Northwest Territories is developing. Let's talk about the changes to the NWT Act for devolution. The question here is, are we moving to more provincial-like powers? And yes, and the administration of environment, the administration of land, yes, we are. The enforcement of those provisions, yes, we are. Those are things that are valuable, and I thank all of those involved in pushing those forward for the people of the Northwest Territories. But there are other things that trouble us in the bill, and we look for amendments, perhaps. When it comes to directions to the Commissioner, remember I mentioned the Commissioner was moving more to the state of being a lieutenant government ceremonial position. This bill draws him back into the fold of the federal government. Under C-15, Section 4, the Commissioner must act in accordance with any written instructions given to him or her by the Governor and Council or the Minister. This is stronger language than in the current NWT Act. The Yukon Act contains no comparable sections. And in Nunavut, these instructions are made public through tabling in the Legislative Assembly. So, what do we see here in this particular section of the Devolution Act? We see actually more control being applied through the Commissioner's office. Strengthening the federal government's control of the NWT when combined with the provision of Section 29, which adds the power of the Minister to order the Commissioner to withhold assent of bills before being bills that are passed in the Legislative Assembly. The Commissioner, under the instruction of the Minister, can withhold assent to those bills and has up to a year to do it. So what we see there is fairly strong control over any changes that could be made in the Northwest Territories in the years to come, with different governments there that may have different agendas than the present government or any other government. Borrowing. This bill continues the process where Ottawa sets the amount of debt the NWT can acquire. NWT debt is not a burden on Canada. This is an outdated and colonial practice which inhibits our development by not allowing us to invest in things like hydroelectric generation capacity. We have to go to the federal government cap in hand and ask them, please, sir, can you give us a little more borrowing power? Can you make it a little easy? Can you possibly let us do something that we know is good for our people? I put a bill forward in last Parliament. This issue has been very well discussed. This issue is very well understood. The opposition at the time voted unanimously. We passed that bill through second reading. Only the Conservatives wanted to limit the borrowing capacity of our government. So what's it like in the provinces? The federal government may not give direction to a provincial lieutenant governor. All natural resources are completely under the control of the provinces. No Ottawa interference. There is no control over borrowing. The lieutenant governors can't be directed to not assent to bills. These are things that are in the devolution agreement. So what we see is the devolution agreement gives us more in certain areas, but puts on certain reins on us in other areas that limits our capacity, unlike other Canadians. These things can be changed by amendments. And I encourage the government to support some amendments that will give us more flexibility under this Act. Let's move on to the changes to the MVRMA. The MVRMA, sorry. This eliminates regional boards created through the land use process. It replaces them with one super board with only 11 members. This bill also gives the minister the right in any part of this bill, with any of the boards that will exist in the Northwest Territories, provide binding policy decisions to those boards. In other words, the minister can say to the boards, this is how you will judge actions. This is the way it'll be judged. There's no consultation with the government of Northwest Territories included in that provision. That would make sense. That would make sense that the people that are taking care of the environment and the land would have some influence over the policy decisions that are going forward to the boards that make decisions about development. What would be wrong with providing that consultation to the government of the Northwest Territories? Once again, simple amendment, we can put that in place. If this government wants to listen, that's fine. You know, there's been environmental audits done in the Northwest Territories. The main problem with our regulatory system by these independent environmental audits that were done in 2010 was that foot dragging by Ottawa on appointments and on approvals of developments was the biggest impediment to resource development in the Northwest Territories. Now we're going to have a system where one government controls some things and the other government can have a say over everything when it comes to resource development. This is a difficult situation. This is going to lead to conflicts. We need one government in charge of making decisions, and that should be the government of Northwest Territories. In consultation and working together with the First Nations, who have a right to land and resources in the Northwest Territories, who we want to have as complete partners in the development of the Northwest Territories. This is a goal that we all have. Remember, that's a goal that Northerners have in the Northwest Territories. We're not interested in matching up to Alberta. We don't want Alberta in the Northwest Territories. That's not what we're here for. We want our own government under our own rules, with our own relationships with the groups that make up the North and have lived there for hundreds and thousands of years and have done very well with that. There's strong opposition to the First Nations to the changes to the MVMRA. The Gwich'in Tribal Council, unanimous decision to reject, made at a meeting held in Nunavut by community leadership representing all the Gwich'in communities. This is the words of Tribal Council President Robert Alexie. My people have spoken, and what Canada is proposing is clearly unacceptable. Thank you. Clecho government is opposed. There's no need to change the Wakwasi Land and Water Board, Grand Chief Eddie Erasmus says. There's nothing wrong with it. Absolutely nothing wrong with it. It's working very well. Why fix something that is not broken? You know, we have appointments. Why is the minister holding on with tightness to all the appointments to all these boards? Why is he making that a nomination from the government of Northwest Territories to any of these boards must need his approval? Why do Aboriginal governments who make nominations to these boards need the minister's approval? How is that devolution? How is that taking our own charge over our affairs when nominations can be rejected outright? When it comes to the chairs of these boards, of the new super board, the minister only has to consult on appointing a chair. So the minister's man will be in Yellowknife head of the super board, he will be getting instructions, binding policy direction from the minister about how things develop in the Northwest Territories. How does that represent true devolution? I don't know if anyone across the way understands, but if they go talk to their provincial counterparts, they may understand what provincial-like powers actually are. And in the Yukon, and the minister said, oh, well, the Yukon's doing so well with environmental assessment. The Yukon actually makes decisions for itself. The Yukon First Nations make appointments to their boards. The Yukon is doing it themselves. This act doesn't permit us to do the same things as the Yukon is doing. Mr. Speaker, I've been through 2 phases of colonialism in my life. The first, when the federal government existed in Ottawa and they simply sent representatives up to govern us on it. By every couple of years, I was a student in school, and the different kids would come from Ottawa because their parents would be sent up there for a couple of years to do northern duty. I had great friends with people from Ottawa with their children, but they weren't northerners. So that's phase 1. Phase 2 was when the government came to the north. And we've made remarkable progress in that time. We have done a lot with our territory. It's a great territory. It's one I'm absolutely proud to represent here in the House of Commons every day. I love the place. I want it to grow. I want to be a Canadian just like everyone else. But what we have here is only the 3rd stage in colonialism, the stage in which we take care of most things on the ground, but the decisions lay in Ottawa. There's where we're at. We're going to work this with the government as much as we can, but in the end, we know that our job as New Democrats will be to give the people of the North a real say, a say that is equivalent to other Canadians in how they manage their affairs. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and commentaires.
Questions and comments.
Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I could certainly appreciate the passion for the member from Western Arctic, this being his home territory. I think that he would probably get strong disagreement, however, from the government of the Northwest Territories that what they're actually signing on for is 3rd stage colonialism. That is not what they're signing on for, Mr. Speaker. They know, as they've agreed to this historic bill, that what we're actually doing is transferring authorities to the territory that they have asked for, that other governments have tried to do but have failed to deliver on. And so we certainly support devolution. The government of the Northwest Territories certainly does, and I think they would certainly reject that characterization. I did want to talk to the member mentioned resource development, which is interesting given his recent comments where he said, we know that resource development hasn't reduced poverty in the Northwest Territories. Mr. Speaker, we know that jobs in the resource sector create long-term prosperity. They create wealth in communities. So I guess I want to ask the honourable member, how can he say that resource development, which is a key industry, mining, etc., in the Northwest Territories, is actually not having a positive effect on the economy? And why doesn't he want to work with the government of Northwest Territories to improve the regulatory regime so that more economic development, more certainty, more resource development will come to the territory to improve the economic outcomes for the people who live there?
Honourable member for Western Arctic.
Well, thank you, and I want to thank my colleague for his comments. He actually gave me a chance to respond to that, what the minister said about me. We did a study just recently where we took a look over the last 10 years at income tax returns across the north. It was one part of the study. In that study, we noticed that in communities like Lutzelk'e, which is virtually surrounded by new diamond mines in the last 10 years, the rate of poverty among families, and we picked a $30,000 cap for family income, went from some 30% to 40% during a time when our GDP was the highest growth rate of any jurisdiction, averaged over 10 years. per capita in the country. So what we saw was that communities, even in close proximity, that have economic benefit agreements with the diamond mines, were still having a high degree of poverty. In fact, it was increasing. Because what economic development does is very good for those who are working for mining companies, who have jobs that are available to work in those fields, but it raises the cost of living enormously, and it leaves many, many people behind. So we need to have a very broad approach to resource development, one that comes from the people of the Northwest Territories who have seen the results over the last 10 years and want to improve on them. With this type of legislation, with these changes to the MVMRA, the minister in Ottawa will be determining the terms and conditions of development, and we won't have that chance to try to make the difference so that the resource developments actually do work for us.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I listened very attentively to my colleague from the Northwest Territories as he spoke to this particular bill. And I know, being a Northerner myself, that you know, there's some issues often around resource development and balancing the levels of governance within the Aboriginal community and within the territory of the province that sometimes poses us challenges. But I would suggest to him that, in my opinion, I've seen a lot of major issues resolved simply because of the players, because of the strength of both the Aboriginal entities and of the governments that are in power to be able to do this. My question for him is that I know this bill is being presented in two particular parts, but we also know that in June 25th, 2013, that the agreement, which was signed by the Government of Canada and the Government of the Northwest Territories, also had sign-in by Inuit, the Gwich'in, the Clecho, and the Sahtu. And they had agreed to sign on at that particular time to ensure that there was greater management within the NWT and greater control. I would ask him today, in his opinion, does he feel that they have now withdrawn their support because of the changes that are happening within the management of the Water Board, or is it concerns that are being raised by these groups that should just be addressed by the government?
Honourable member for Western Arctic.
Well, I want to answer quite honestly to your question, because I think that's important in this House. In September, I wrote to the minister and asked him to bring these two bills forward as separate bills, because there is a great disagreement in the Northwest Territories between the two bills. With the devolution implementation bill, I think there's a great deal of support, and I commended the Premier on getting that support from First Nations. That's how we work together. That's excellent. Now, with the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act, that is something that has a great deal of concern for Aboriginal groups across the north. So what we've ended up with is an omnibus bill, which myself as well is conflicted about the support that I'm giving to this bill, because, of course, it doesn't represent what I feel is adequate on the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management side. I can live with the changes to the devolution that are encompassed in the devolution implementation bill, because generally they add a little bit to what's going on in the north. That is the conflict that we have, and we want progress. We'll take the progress we can get in the north, but it is but First Nations in many cases don't view this as progress with the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act.
Questions et commentaires. La députée.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for La Salle-et-Marne. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his speech, and especially for being our eyes and ears in this immense region that is the North. I also want to congratulate him for his commitment and his actions in working for people of the North. He answered a question, and I have another question for him. How, when the government introduces this kind of legislation, are we to react? Sometimes there are positive aspects, but there are also negative ones. So this is a problem. I would also like to hear how we can deal with this, how we can move forward so that people in the North can move forward and make progress.
Arctic. Well, thank you. I look on the debate in this House of Commons as extremely important for the people of the Northwest Territories because, as with my bill, private member's bill on the borrowing limit, I did influence other people in other parties to support the North. There may be another government here in a couple of years. What I'd really love for people to understand is that we're not finished with devolution or evolution in the Northwest Territories towards political status comparable to other Canadians. We haven't finished with that yet, and that there is more work to be done, and that although this bill comes now, we hope that in the years to come that other sensitive and thoughtful people in Canada will recognize that we have a right to full political status, and that they will support everything that is needed to make the Northwest Territories a unique, strong, democratic place. We don't want to lose sight of that as well. We don't want to lose sight with our First Nations, who we've worked together with for many, many years to build this territory, this place where all First Nations can feel at home, in charge, with empowered, strength in their communities, in their regions. That's so vital to what we do in the Northwest Territories. This is unlike many places in Canada, and I don't want to see that changed. So if we can debate it for some time, see some amendments come forward, see some understanding about how the North should move ahead, this is all valuable to us. So I appeal to all members to take a look at what's going on here. This is an important issue. As a Canadian, stand up for Northerners. Even if you don't want to see too much progress right now, understand what the issues are and why, in the end, we should have equal status to all of you around this room.
Just remind honourable members to direct their comments to the chair. Conformément à l'article.
It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie, concerning international cooperation, and the Honourable Member for Haute-Gaspésie-Lamitis-Matane-Matapédia, the sealing industry.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to rise today and speak on this important bill, Bill C-15, an act to replace the Northwest Territories Act and to implement certain provisions of the Northwest Territories Land and Resources Devolution Agreement, and to repeal or make amendments to the Territorial Lands Act, the Northwest Territories Water Act, the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act, and acts and certain orders and regulations. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to rise as a Northerner of Inuit descent as my party's critic for Northern Development, the Northern Economic Development Agency, and the Arctic Council, to address this bill and on this occasion of importance to the people of the Northwest Territories. The devolution of responsibilities in the Northwest Territories is a cause for celebration, not just for the people of NWT, but for all of us as Canadians. Any time that we can give much greater control and a greater say in the future of the people who live in certain lands and manage certain resources, then, Mr. Speaker, we can ensure that we will have good and solid management. Mr. Speaker, the work that is happening with regard to the devolution agreement is is obviously work that was started decades ago to give the people of the Northwest Territories the governance that they deserve. We can all think back to the work of Liberal Prime Minister Lester B. Pearson and his government that established the Advisory Commission on the Development of Government in the Northwest Territories, otherwise known as the Carothers Commission. The Commission at that time consulted with people across the North and concluded in their report that they, of course, deserved to have a seat of their government established not in Ottawa as it had been until then, but in the North, where people could play a much more vital role in their government and its ability to represent the people of the Northwest Territories. And this established the Yellowknife as the capital and moved a territorial seat of governance there. It was decades later that Yellowknife continues to blossom as the seat of government in the Northwest Territories, and thanks in part to this important step that we can be proud today that businesses in the Northwest Territories is booming as well. On the important subject of devolution, indeed, I want to point out and acknowledge for this Parliament that it was the governments of Prime Ministers John Chrétien and Paul Martin that worked tirelessly for the devolution of the Yukon, Nunavut, and started the process of devolution for the Northwest Territories. It's a legacy that we are proud of, and I'm eager to continue working hard to ensure that people across Northern Canada have the type of government that they want and deserve in order to make important decisions that will affect their future. There is a new generation of young Canadians who live in the North, who are ready to be the leaders of today. We must do everything that we can to ensure that our territories have the tools and governments that they need in order to empower our young Canadians and our citizens to continue to be a part of the economic driver of this country, as the North has become. Mr. Speaker, in my role as critic for Northern Development, and of course as the MP for Labrador, and sometimes I have to say when I speak to this bill, Mr. Speaker, I'm almost a little bit envious, to be honest with you. But in my previous role as well, as a provincial member and a minister in the government of Newfoundland and Labrador, I had the opportunity to travel in the northern regions of our country and to visit people across the territories. I know that they are great people, Mr. Speaker, who work hard in a very challenging climate. And I can tell you that despite all these odds and all these challenges, that they are thriving. The culture and the entrepreneurship are such an inspiration to see firsthand, and I want to encourage my honourable colleagues in this House, Mr. Speaker, to visit the North and see for themselves how this is just such an awe-inspiring part of our country. The devolution agreement and the continued transfer of responsibility will allow the people of the Northwest Territories to take the driver's seat on the huge amounts of economic development that we are seeing. In my own district of Labrador, we have seen the rich cultural heritage and contributions of our Aboriginal people. Like the Innu, Nunatuavut, and Nunatsiavut, it is vital that all Aboriginal peoples in Canada have a strong voice to represent them, and I hope that those in the North will play a larger role in determining the future of their people as part of this bill, and the work of both the federal and the territorial governments. We all want to see Aboriginal communities in the North succeed economically, socially, and culturally, and this agreement will hopefully empower these communities to come closer to achieving greater access in all of these areas. Mr. Speaker, as someone who was born and raised in the North and who represents a Northern district, I can certainly understand the autonomy, the need for autonomy in the North and the right to establish strong local government that can engage in government-to-government dialogue that will produce meaningful results. I can tell you I know the frustrations, I know the realities of trying to govern without having the real power that you need without having the ability to make full decisions and have full accountability. So we need decision makers to understand these realities of living in the North, and that it is best served by granting the responsibilities necessary to the government of the Northwest Territories. We want to make it easier to conduct business in our northern regions, to encourage business investment, and to create jobs and generate greater revenues. I want devolution to be able to give more of these things to the government of the Northwest Territories, as well as to participating Aboriginal governments. With this, they can work together to improve their social programs and the social safety net. They can make decisions to invest in their local culture, to attract tourism or trade, and to draw new people into the area. I'm very optimistic about the future of the Northwest Territories and its devolution agreement. And, Mr. Speaker, I'm optimistic about all northern regions of Canada. Mr. Speaker, I believe that northern regions really thrive when they have the guidance of good leadership. Today, Mr. Speaker, we have with us the Premier of the Northwest Territories, Mr. Bob McLeod, and officials and other leaders within his government. Mr. Speaker, I understand that we also have support and have been joined by some Aboriginal governments from NWT. And Mr. Speaker, we have to recognize that these individuals have spent years working to gain a very concrete devolution agreement to ensure that it meets the needs of the people that they represent, the people that they advocate and care for. And I want to congratulate them on the work that they have done. And I hope, Mr. Speaker, that despite the interference that you'll often see sometimes from governments, that they will accomplish what they've set out to do, to give greater autonomy, greater powers of decision-making to the people of the Northwest Territories. And I think that is what we all want to see accomplished through this particular agreement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It was I appreciated the member's speech, and as she said, as a Northerner, I appreciate her enthusiasm for the North, and that's certainly something that I look forward to working with her on the Aboriginal Affairs Committee as we study this bill. She mentioned the previous agreements with the Yukon and Nunavut, and I wanted to concentrate a bit on the Yukon. The previous speaker, the member from Western Arctic, complained that the commissioner would have to act on the written orders of the governor and council for a period of 10 years in this new Northwest Territories Devolution Act. What he didn't mention, he complained that that wasn't what happened in Yukon, but that actually is what happened in Yukon. For 10 years, that was written into the agreement that the commissioner of Yukon would report through the cabinet. And so I guess, does she see a problem with a transition plan such as was undertaken by members of her government, a 10-year transition plan? Does she see the same, see that is a positive thing if there is a long-term transition? Or does she, like the member from Western Arctic, somehow think that that's unacceptable?
Honourable Member for Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his question. I think, first of all, most of us expected to see the issues around the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management to be done in a separate bill. And it hasn't evolved that way, and it's not uncommon for that to happen with the government opposite. We see that with a lot of bills that come to the House of Commons. But what I will say is this, is that when the Northwest Territories signed on and the Aboriginal people signed on, they were signing on to an agreement that was agreed upon. What I would like to do, Mr. Speaker, is as this bill goes through committee, to examine the full consultation of the Part 2 of the bill to ensure that there was proper consultation and that there was proper inclusion. But what I would say at the end of the day, I think that whether disagreement is acceptable or not really comes down to the decision to be made by the people of the Northwest Territories, and our job is to ensure that the bill is strengthened, that it is fair, and that it meets the intentions of which they desire.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Western Arctic.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments of the member from Labrador, and I know how much her territory and in her province, of course, resembles in some ways the Northwest Territories, isolated communities, communities that that in many cases are put under decisions that are not really coming from perhaps from the people around them, but from St. John's or from some other area. Could she comment on how she thinks the people of Labrador, who also already have to deal with an extension to St. John's, would feel about having all the decisions regarding resource development finally approved by a minister in Ottawa?
Honourable member for Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and that's dangerous ground for me to be treading right now, because I can certainly tell you that if I was to make a speech on governance in Labrador, I would probably have myself in a lot of media coverage for a few days. It's very frustrating when you cannot govern yourself. And that's the situation that we have in Labrador, because we are at the mercy of the government of Newfoundland and Labrador, the government of Canada, and we work in cooperation with our Aboriginal governments, Nunatuavut, Nunatsiavut, and the Innu Nation. But, Mr. Speaker, I guess that's a discussion that we can have another time in terms of what is happening. And that's why I say I'm almost envious as I stand and speak to this devolution agreement today in terms of what is transpiring in northern regions across the country. But, Mr. Speaker, I don't think we can ignore the fact that government have achieved consensus on the devolution with the territorial government and the Aboriginal population. There is a section of the bill, obviously, in which concerns are being raised with regard to the Water Management Board and how that will operate. I'll look forward to seeing the amendments that I'm sure the honourable member will bring forward. I understand there may even be some amendments on the government side, but we'll wait and see and how that evolves as we go through committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And one of the things I have learned from the member from Labrador is that, in fact, she is a very strong advocate, not only for Labrador, but also our northern regions, and very much appreciate the contributions that she actually brings to the Liberal Party. Mr. Speaker, one of the issues that she's made reference to is the idea of consensus, and how very important it is that we actually work with the different stakeholders. And there are a number of stakeholders that need to be taken into consideration, and also to take a look at the population in itself, whether it's our North American Indian, the Inuit, the Métis. There's a good, strong, multicultural flavor ultimately in the Northwest. And we have to work with the people of the community in order to move forward. The comment or question I would ask her is that of, given just her comments on the bill, to what degree does she believe it's important that once it goes to committee, that the government be open to having amendments being brought forward to hopefully maybe even make it a stronger piece of legislation?
The honourable member for Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think the desire on everyone's part here, the Government of Canada, the Government of Northwest Territories, the Aboriginal government, and all the members of the House, I know it's the desire of us within the Liberal caucus to ensure that we have the strongest legislation that is possible, that we meet the expectations of devolution for the people of the Northwest Territories, and we put in their hands the real control and the power that they need to control resource development development to deal with the social issues that they face and to ensure that their territory continues to grow and prosper in the north. I think if we all come to the table with that philosophy, Mr. Speaker, we will achieve that goal indeed, and we will do it by consensus. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just responding again to the member from Western Arctic, he doesn't seem to want to talk about that. The fact that C-15 will provide the NWT with legislative authority to exercise new responsibilities over public lands, inland waters, non-renewable resources, will repeal or render inapplicable various federal laws that relate to the administration of lands, waters, and natural resources in the Northwest Territories. So I guess, again, my question is, I assume from the member's speech that the Liberal Party of Canada will be supporting this. I was unclear from the member of Western Arctic what position his party would be taking. But does the member not agree that this is a significant nation-building exercise and one that we should celebrate along with the government of Northwest Territories, and realize that what we're proposing here is exactly the same as what has been proposed in the Yukon, for instance, which is celebrating 10 years of successful devolution?
The Honourable Member for Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've had an opportunity to travel in the Yukon Territory and also in the Nunavut Territory. And, Mr. Speaker, you know, it's no secret that we have a lot of challenges in the north when it comes to a lot of our social issues, when it comes to the cost of living. These are very important factors. But we also cannot ignore, as Canadians, that some of our greatest wealth is also coming from the north. When you look at resource development, when you look at the contributions that we're making to Canada as a country and as a whole. And I think the very least that we could do in giving back to these particular northern regions is to give them the opportunity to govern themselves, to make decisions for themselves, and as I said earlier, to ensure that there is good, strong growth and prosperity for generations to come.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Abitibi, Bay James and Nunavik-Ayu. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am obviously pleased to rise today to speak to this bill, C-15, a bill that grants expanded powers to the Northwest Territories government and that makes other changes, and I will come back to those changes later, Mr. Speaker. I am also very pleased to bring to the debate a viewpoint, Mr. Speaker, that we have seldom seen in this House, that is this perspective of an Aboriginal who has negotiated agreements with the federal and provincial governments on behalf of his people. When I read the bill, I therefore could not prevent myself from examining it in the context of the work that I have done on behalf of the Inuit Cree and all the people in northern Quebec.
Northwest Territories have been working for years, Mr. Speaker, towards gaining more province-like powers to have greater control over their own communities, their own resources, and their own destinies. This is very similar to what we did in northern Quebec, going back to the signing of the James Bay and Northern Quebec Agreement back in 1975, through the Paix des Braves, and to the present new regional governance agreement that we signed not too long ago, which has created a new regional government which will be fully operational, Mr. Speaker, next month. In these agreements, we worked with our neighbours and various levels of government to find common ground, to protect our rights and interests, and create a common path forward. This is very difficult work, Mr. Speaker, full of complexities, but when done right, it creates a stable, prosperous environment that benefits everyone. Au NPD, Monsieur le Président.
We in the NDP, Mr. Speaker, talk a great deal about restoring an equal relationship between the Government of Canada and all Aboriginal nations, from the Atlantic to the Pacific, as well as the Arctic. The approach that we have adopted in northern Quebec has proven, Mr. Speaker, to be a success story for all parties involved. Everyone feels respected in this type of context. It is thus in this spirit that I read the government's bill, but I must say that unfortunately, although it does propose some good measures, and it does go in the right direction, it doesn't go far enough, in our opinion. A new democratic government would have done more and devolved more powers to the government of the Northwest Territories.
Make some changes that are concerning to the people of the region. In drafting this bill, the Conservatives seem to have completely ignored the strong concerns First Nations have with the changes to the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act, which is also very disturbing and will be the focus of my comments today, Mr. Speaker. This bill includes amendments to the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act, replacing the current structure of regional land and water boards, which were created through the land claim final agreement with Northwest Territory Aboriginal governments, and with one single board. The government of the Northwest Territories has also expressed some concern with these changes. In May 2011, Michael Miltenberger, NWT Environment Minister, was quoted saying that, and I quote, "This process is driven by the federal government. They, for most part, treated the government of the Northwest Territories as just another stakeholder," end of quote. Just another stakeholder, Mr. Speaker. I would have thought that a territorial government, just like a provincial government or an Aboriginal government, would be partner, not just a stakeholder. But we have seen this Conservative government treat their partners and how this government treats their partners in Confederation before. When you start from the point where you don't see or treat your partners as true partners, bad things flow and you cannot reach a lasting agreement. Believe me, Mr. Speaker, I speak from experience. The Gwich'in Tribal Council and the Clecho government, both signatories of the Devolution Agreement, have voiced opposition to these changes to the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act. Other individual First Nations have also expressed their opposition. As someone who has spent most of his professional career negotiating on behalf of my people, it is very concerning for me to see this government unilaterally merge these regional land and water boards. These boards were created through land claim final agreements with the Northwest Territory Aboriginal governments after years of negotiation done in good faith. These boards have served their regions and peoples well, and it is deeply troubling for me to see this government come in and unilaterally undo what years of partnership and goodwill built to the detriment of the region. If the Government of Canada tried to unilaterally undo part of the James Bay and Northern Quebec Agreement, I would strongly oppose, Mr. Speaker, and fight against it. So I cannot and will not expect other Aboriginal nations to accept such an intrusion on their agreements and rights by the federal government. Recently, Robert Alexis Jr., President of the Gwich'in Tribal Council, commented on their opposition to these changes and was quoted saying, and I quote, "We have a land use plan. We have a land and water board. We have a claim. People know the process, and it works very well up here," end of quote. In October 2011, Gabrielle Mackenzie Scott of the Clecho government was quoted saying, and I quote, "Our key message to AANDC is that there's nothing wrong with the system and it's time to grow and improve," end of quote. I'm sure that the minister has many reasons why he believes these two leaders are wrong, Mr. Speaker. But from where I sit, it feels that the government has, again, not properly consulted those directly affected by these changes and are thumbing their noses at agreements the Crown signed in good faith. If the government insists on continuing with their failed approach in this case, I feel safe in saying that it will just invite another lawsuit against the government and add to the hundreds of millions this government has spent in courts defending their indefensible approach, Mr. Speaker. This is a waste of money that could be avoided by simply working with all partners, territorial and Aboriginal governments alike, and negotiating. To make matters worse, Mr. Speaker, these amendments will also give to the federal government, to the federal minister, the power over the approval of all land and water usage in the Northwest Territories, essentially circumventing the powers transferred to the government of the Northwest Territories through the devolution process. So not only is this government ignoring land claim agreements and their provisions, the Conservatives are grabbing more power for themselves. The whole point of devolution, Mr. Speaker, is to give powers to other levels of government, not take more back in return. Given their track record on protecting water and rights and interests of Aboriginal peoples, Mr. Speaker, I'm very concerned to see those powers placed in the hands of the minister of this government. Monsieur le Président, mes collègues,
Mr. Speaker, my NDP colleagues and myself are troubled by the lack of consultation during the drafting of this bill. This lack of consultation sparked, and rightfully so, strong opposition against some of the main provisions of the bill on the part of First Nations and Métis governments, even among those who support the devolution of powers, Mr. Speaker. Given that on this side of the House, we listen to people's suggestions in order to deliver real results for the public, we will be supporting this bill so that it can be referred to committee where we will be able to improve it. That is the intent on this side of the House. When the bill is studied in committee, the New Democrats will do what this government has never done. That is, we will listen to the governments of the First Nations of the North, and we will move amendments based on their testimony and their observations. We are very grateful to the governments of the First Nations of the Northwest Territories for their input, and we will work as equals with our First Nation partners to enhance this bill. We hope that the Conservatives will do the same. Mr. Speaker, you know, there is a very important dimension in this bill with regard to the concept of consultation in this country. When the First Nations, when the Aboriginal peoples of this country talk about consultation and accommodation with regard to their rights, it is not, those are not merely political whims of the First Nations. They are not political whims, Mr. Speaker. They are constitutional obligations that the Government of Canada has and that the Crown has to consult on the one hand seriously, and to accommodate the concerns that have been expressed during said consultation. That is the constitutional obligation that we have toward the First Nations of this country, Mr. Speaker. And I want to insist on that because too often we are confronted with this lack of consultation on the part of this country's governments. And so that is one of the constitutional obligations that the Government of Canada has. And I am also including the provincial governments in this observation as well. In some cases before the Supreme Court, Mr. Speaker, you are no doubt aware that the Supreme Court has often ruled on this concept of treaty rights of the Aboriginal peoples. And I would refer specifically to the Haida Nation case that was ruled on by the Supreme Court. And it was said that in certain cases, on serious questions, this consultation can imply consent. And that is important, Mr. Speaker.
In another case, the Supreme Court also said that the government, talking about the primacy of law or the rule of law, it is important to remember what the Supreme Court had to say in that regard. The Supreme Court said that we must always act in accordance with the Constitution. That's what the rule of law means in this country, Mr. Speaker. It's what the Supreme Court stated in the Kader cause, and the Supreme Court said that when we need to act in accordance with the Constitution, well, Mr. Speaker, I'm not teaching you anything new here. This includes Section 35 of the Constitution, of course, which deals with native rights and ancestral or treaty rights. So it is important to always remember these obligations we have towards Native people. Mr. Speaker, I know that very often when we talk about Native issues in country, a lot of people say that these matters are very complex. They're too complex, in fact. But you know what, Mr. Speaker? It does not have to be complex. What we need, and what unfortunately is lacking too often on the part of this government, and that is political will. The political will to solve these problems. With political will, I feel we can use our imagination to find solutions. Let me give you one example. I don't know if any of you have ever had the opportunity to read the Bay James Treaty, which is the first modern treaty in Canada, signed in 1975 between the Canadian government, the Quebec government, and the Cree and the Inuit, mainly. So again, that was the first modern treaty in Canada. It's about 500 pages in length. It's a very complex, very legal document. But do you know what? That document was negotiated in the space of 1 year. 1 year only. So when there is political will, when you don't have any choice but to solve a problem, you can do it. You can use political imagination to solve the problem. Another important issue in this debate are our relations with Native people, with Aboriginals. I would like to insist on that as well, because I have always felt, as an Aboriginal myself and as a legal expert, I've always insisted on the fact that the priority on any agenda involving First Nations is our relationship with them. And today that relationship is broken here in Canada. So from the outset, this is what we have to focus on. And in fact, it's becoming more urgent that we do so. I'm quite stunned, Mr. Speaker, that a government whose economic plan is so dependent on the development of our natural resources, that this government has not understood the importance that it must work with Aboriginals as equal partners in the development of our natural resources. So when you talk about resource development, when you talk about the environment, when you talk about climate change, all of these issues, regardless of how they are approached, well, all of them involve an Aboriginal dimension. Even in our international affairs, we sign free trade agreements. Well, they also include a Native or Aboriginal dimension because, of course, these treaties involve resource development. So treaties with Aboriginals are fundamental to this country. In fact, they are the cornerstone of our country. But the Conservatives have made this cornerstone a stumbling block. And they've done so in the course of their consultations. So, Mr. Speaker, it's very important that these relations we have with Aboriginals must be improved because as it now stands, we are faced with a situation which unfortunately may lead to political confrontation, legal confrontation. I mentioned earlier that almost every year, and it's a troubling fact, Mr. Speaker, for a member of Parliament, it's troubling to realize that every year about $300 million a year are spent fighting Native groups, fighting against their rights. That's troubling, Mr. Speaker. So we really have to focus urgently on this dimension of our country, which is fundamental and which is part of every debate, every subject, as it touches on the development of our country, which is one of the richest, by the way, in the world. So let's never forget that aspect. Mr. Speaker, you probably know the law as well as I do. Under the Department of Justice Act, Section 4.1, well, this provision stipulates that every act passed by this Parliament has to be tested against the Constitution. I don't think this is new to you, but I think that we've reached the point where Canada, this country, the government must adopt provisions to ensure that every bill passed by this Parliament respects treaty rights and ancestral rights of the Aboriginals of this country. We have to start thinking about that. I know that my time is almost up, so I'll simply conclude by saying that we expect an openness on the part of the government towards the amendments proposed by my very able colleague to this piece of legislation. So as I said, this bill is a step in the right direction, and so much the better. However, I think that there are some things that are still missing from this bill, and we certainly hope that the government will be open to our proposals and the proposals of the NDP. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Native Affairs and Northern Development.
Appreciate the member's speech. I don't agree with the premise of it, however, because at every major step during negotiations, the Government of Canada and the Government of the Northwest Territories undertook Section 35 consultations with all Aboriginal groups that were affected in the Northwest Territories. The Bill C-15 was developed in consultation with those groups, with Northerners, with the territorial government, and with industry, and certainly that's reflected here today. The member talked about complexity, and certainly what is not complex is that the Gwich'in, Satu, and Pleacho land claim agreements each provide for a single land and water board in an area larger than their respective settlement areas. The restructured board envisioned in C-15 is in compliance with the settled land claim agreements and will continue to the co-management approach laid out in these agreements. Amendments to the Gwich'in, Satu, and Pleacho land claims are not necessary, Mr. Speaker. And since 2010, the Chief Federal Negotiator has held over 50 consultation meetings with Aboriginal groups and organizations, co-management boards, and industry on this very issue. So perhaps the member, given this new information, would agree with me that, in fact, the Government of Canada, the Government of the Northwest Territories has certainly met the constitutional requirement to consult with First Nations, our Section 35 obligations, and that these agreements, these land claim agreements, specifically allow for the restructured board that is proposed in C-15.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi Bay James, Nunavik Niue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Parliamentary Secretary for the question. I think one aspect that he seems to forget in talking about consultation is the second part, which is equally important constitutionally, Mr. Speaker. The obligation of the government is to consult and accommodate. They go together, Mr. Speaker, and that's what we seem to forget all the time when we talk about consultation. there's that accommodation aspect, which is equally important in this constitutional obligation, Mr. Speaker. And I think that once you've consulted, you have to take into consideration the concerns that were expressed in that consultation and fix them. That's what accommodation means. And the Parliamentary Secretary seems to forget that aspect, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments.
For Surrey North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I also would have to disagree with the Parliamentary Secretary, because I've seen the consultation that this government does, not only here, but also in the committees. We often get members, experts, academics, and other stakeholders that come into the committees and offer very valuable information that can enhance the legislation before us. And time after time, Mr. Speaker, what we've seen is they totally reject any sort of testimony from any one of the individuals, whether it's from the opposition, whether it's from the experts, whether it's the other stakeholders, the very people that are going to be affected by that legislation. And we haven't seen even clerical mistakes, grammar mistakes, they refuse to accept from the opposition. This is their record, Mr. Speaker, and I'm hoping that my colleague will further elaborate on that.
Member for Abitibi Bay James, Nunavik EU.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Mr. Speaker, we're in a parliamentary context here which is unfortunately unfortunate. Why? Because we have a majority government, and up until now, so they've had their majority for just over 2 years. Up until now, we have rarely seen amendments proposed by the opposition parties accepted by the majority government. So that is what is unfortunate. So when you look back to other majority governments, which we had previously, very often, after a committee had done its work and after consultation with interested parties, interested groups, well, the amendments were incorporated, but that's not the way it happens today, and that's too bad. And so I'm afraid that despite the fact that we feel this bill is going in the right direction, Bill C-15, unfortunately, I fear that any good amendments we propose will be rejected by this government.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Louis-Hébert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his speech. I would like to pay tribute to him because he has dedicated his professional life to building bridges between communities, so I would like to thank him for that. Now, my colleague knows that the result we are expecting, well, it's not everything. It's also the way you get there that's important. So this is why I would like to ask him to talk about his experience. And I would like to ask my colleague as to how he sees communities working together to build a better country. The Honourable Member. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, which in fact is very fundamental. It goes back to basics. Too often, we don't think things from the right angle. Sometimes we think that Aboriginal affairs concern only Aboriginals, but that's really not the way it is. Agreeing with Aboriginal groups is good for the environment. It's good for the economy of this country. So in that way, it's a new way we have to start thinking. And as I've said my entire life, we have to build bridges between Aboriginal groups and other Canadians so that we can work together. It's more than just a political slogan for me as an MP for the NDP, Mr. Speaker. This was my life. this has characterized my life, that is bridge building between the different communities in this country, because that is the only way, and the late Jack Layton said this, it's the only way to move forward in life. Questions and comments?
London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his wonderful speech, and I thank him because I believe that he has insights, important insights that all parliamentarians would do well to appreciate, to listen to, and to respond to. Now, I have the great good fortune to have joined my colleague on another committee, and that is the committee that is looking at the deaths of and the disappearances of 600 Aboriginal women. And one of the things that has become very clear in terms of that committee work is the frustration and the anger that we hear from First Nations women in regard to the lack of response to their situation. And it seems to me that in ignoring the First Nations of the Northwest Territories, we're exasperating that particular frustration and concern. And I wonder if he would care to comment on the fact that we haven't done a very good job in terms of listening to the needs of the community that we owe so much to in terms of their treatment of the land and their understanding of the land and how we can move forward as a nation.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi Bay James Nunavik Niue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for that question to my colleague. From my colleague, I think one of the important aspects, in all of this discussion, I appreciate her mentioning the special committee for missing and murdered Aboriginal women. I think, for one thing, I think in the entire universe, the only people that still refuse a national inquiry into the missing and murdered Aboriginal women is that party on the other side. Everyone else agrees to have that national public inquiry. So I think it's important to mention that. The other aspect, I guess, is, I spent 25 years on Aboriginal issues here and abroad. I was part of the negotiations for the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples for 23 years, Mr. Speaker. And I think one thing that is always important to remember is that the stakeholders, or the people that are directly concerned by these issues, should always be consulted and always be as partners in whatever legislative actions we intend to take in this House, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, before we call on the Honourable Member for Surrey North, I'll just let him know I will need to interrupt him in about 10 minutes, so we won't have the full 20 minutes. Of course, if he needs remaining time, which he probably will, that will be taken up when the House next returns to debate on this question. The Honourable Member for Surrey North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's an honour to speak to Bill C-15 on behalf of my constituents from Surrey North. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-15 has basically two parts. There's a part of devolution, of giving more powers to the Northwest Territories. And also the second part is the changes to the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act. And I want to talk to both of them, Mr. Speaker, and some of the concerns and some of the jubilant responses that we've seen so far. Mr. Speaker, devolution, we have been advocating for devolution for many, many years. NDP has always advocated for that. And it's very unfortunate that the Liberals, for many, many years when they were in the government, they failed to give more powers, more real power to local authorities so they can manage their own resources, manage their own affairs at a local level. The Liberals have failed for many years, and the Conservatives have failed for many years to do that. We can talk about treaties. You know, the Conservatives have basically failed to, except for a few, to negotiate any sort of treaties with the First Nations. And we know, Mr. Speaker, in businesses, they like to have certainty. And we know that when there's a disputed land and where there's the Aboriginal rights are being looked after, we know that development of that land and making useful use of that land, it hinders economic development. And certainly the Conservative government hasn't taken any steps to resolve those treaty issues with the First Nations. Mr. Speaker, devolution is a good thing that we will support. This will provide, again, local governments to make good decisions at the provincial territorial level. Mr. Speaker, the second component of the, and I'll talk about that in a second, Mr. Speaker, if we want to see a prosperous northern Canada, I think it's important for us to work with not only the Northwest Territory governments and other Northwest governments, Yukon government, but also we need to involve other stakeholders to make sure that all of their concerns are taken into account. And, you know, looking at the record from the Conservatives, it's pretty clear that they usually fail to consult all of the relevant parties, stakeholders that will bring valuable information into making a legislation that's going to have an impact, a positive impact with those stakeholders. Mr. Speaker, I spoke about this earlier. The record of the Conservative government is the consultation part is actually, you actually have to listen to people and act on some of those things. That makes sense. But the record for the Conservative government has been, and I've seen this in committee stages. Committee stages are when, you know, for those of you people that are listening out there, this is where after you have initial speeches in the House, you go into the committee, and that's where you will have some sort of expert testimony. You will have other academics come in. You will invite stakeholders that'll have direct impact. That'll be impacted directly by that particular legislation or law that we are considering, Mr. Speaker. And what do we see in the committees, Mr. Speaker? We will hear from the experts. They will offer very valuable information that will provide the members of Parliament with valuable information so that we can make some amendments. And what do we see time after time, Mr. Speaker? We offer amendments, we consult with stakeholders, and what do we get from the Conservatives? And I'll use the word that their former independent member from Edmonton used. They act like trained seals. And basically, they're told by the Prime Minister's office who's going to vote, what's going to be voted on. And even grammatical changes, Mr. Speaker, grammatical changes that were basically pointed out by our members, they weren't even, those amendments weren't even considered. So this is their record in regards to consulting. And there's a number of, I have a letter here, Mr. Speaker, which I'd like to get it into the record. Mr. Speaker, this letter was written by Catalo D. I'm going to try this name again. Catalo Dichet First Nations, and they're based in Hay River Dane Reserve in the Northwest Territories. Mr. Speaker, this letter was written to the Aboriginal Affairs in Northern Development Canada. And the KFN First Nation continues to have three main concerns about the proposed changes to the MVRMA. And basically, those three concerns they have is dismantling of the regional land and water boards, the establishment of fixed time limits for environmental assessment and regulatory approvals. And they also have some concerns about increased ministerial authority. So, Mr. Speaker, we've seen a trend here. We've seen a trend, and this is no different in this bill, where whether it's immigration, and I've seen this in immigration, whether it's public safety, whether it's the Justice Minister, what the government has tried to do over the years, the 2.5 years I've been here, they have been constantly trying to provide more ministerial powers, taking it away from boards, people that are out on the ground, people that actually consult, live at the local level. Yet the Conservatives have a habit of bringing in legislation that brings in more and more power into Ottawa. Mr. Speaker, and I've talked about this, more and more power for Conservative ministers, individuals making, choices. We need to make sure that power is with people, Mr. Speaker. And people at the local level, they make the right decisions. And we've seen this with the Inside Bill also. They want to bring that power out to Ottawa to make decisions by the ministers, where we should be making these decisions in the communities. Let the communities decide where the experts reside, where healthcare professionals reside, where the police, the RCMP, they live there. They deal with this stuff on a daily basis. But that's for another matter, Mr. Speaker. I know some of the members aren't happy about this, but that is the truth. You have been trying. They have been trying, the Conservative government have been trying to centralize powers into individual ministers. And, Mr. Speaker, we've seen the mistakes that could be made with those kinds of powers. There's many other concerns, Mr. Speaker, and there are some good comments in regards to devolution. There are a number of people from stakeholders from the Northwest Territories that have welcomed changes for more powers to the Northwest Territories, and they have been waiting for 50 years. I know my friends in the corner over there, they talk about one thing when they're not in government. They'll talk about actually the things that we talk about. But when it comes to government, they totally ignore that stuff. So that is the Liberal record. And we know how the Conservatives, Mr. Speaker, have dragged their feet on a number of Aboriginal issues, whether it's education, whether it's housing for First Nations, whether it's developing or getting treaties with First Nations, so that we can have certainty, that we can bring certainty, that we can live in harmony, that we can provide education for young people living on reserves. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the Conservative record is very, very poor. Actually, it's not poor. I don't even have a word to say that, Mr. Speaker, and I don't think that word would be parliamentary, so I'm not going to say that word. It's very, very poor record, and they have failed to deliver for our First Nations. And Canadians expect, Mr. Speaker, Canadians expect for us to work together with First Nations so that they can have education, they can have clean water. Unfortunately, the record of Conservative government is not there. Again, Mr. Speaker, I know I don't have much time here. The devolution of powers to Northwest Territory is a good thing, and I'll hope that the Conservatives will listen to some of the concerns coming in from Northwest Territories, and that we can make some amendments at the committee stage, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Surrey North will have 10 minutes plus 10 minutes in questions and comments when the debate on this bill resumes.
It being now 5:30 p.m., the House will now move to private members' business, as indicated on today's order paper.
Of the day, sorry.
Private members' business, resuming debate on motion M425 on the topic of obesity.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this motion speaks to the idea of obesity, the problem of obesity, which has become a national problem in Canada. It talks about the long-term health risks, which we all know, and it talks about supporting and promoting and funding organizations and individuals who are involved in physical well-being of Canadians. Now, this is something that is motherhood. We obviously support it. But I wanted to say that if we're going to talk about funding people and organizations who are involved in physical activity, because we know in obesity there are two things that can stop obesity or deal with obesity, and one of them is obviously eating properly and eating well, and the second one is exercise and daily physical exercise. Now, the only thing I would feel is that if we're going to fund organizations, we need to have very clear standards for those organizations, very clear certification for people who are training or actually directing physical activity programs. Because this is not some sort of thing that says, oh, I am fit and therefore I am capable of helping other people to be fit. The whole concept of kinesiology, which is the art of exercise and how exercise works, is something that needs to be certificated. It's certificated. It's very important because, you know, you can hurt people if you give them the wrong exercises to do and if you let everybody hang out a shingle and do it. So that I think, while in principle this is a very good idea, I think there needs to be some very clear accountability structures, certification structures, and training structures attached to something like this. Now, the one I wanted to get to, though, is that there is no one answer. Of course, we know that diet is a good one, how you eat, etc., and we know physical activity is a second one. So by just dealing with physical activity and not dealing with a whole issue of how you eat and what you eat that tends to increase the amount of obesity is something that I wanted to talk about. It would have been an interesting thing if this motion had in it the whole concept of food and how we eat and what we eat. We know that many people in Canada today eat a lot of processed foods because with both people in the family working, they come home, people can't put a meal on the table in the old days as they used to, so they bring home processed foods and they quickly cook it, shove it in the microwave, foods that can cook in 5 minutes, etc., etc. And we know that one of the problems with processed foods that make them a real vehicle for eating poorly is because of the high amount of sodium in them and because of the trans fats in them. Now, this government has the ability and have been advised since 2007 by their advisory panels to actually, on the labels, make sure that we have minimum levels of trans fats and of sodium, because Canadians eat twice as much as the normal sodium levels, and we have a fair amount of foods that have trans fats in them. It's a simple thing to do to mandate the industry. It's a great piece of health promotion and disease prevention. I understand the Minister of Health made a speech to the Canadian Medical Association in the summer talking about the interest of this government in health promotion and disease prevention. This is like falling off a log. The health department wants to do this. The advisory committees to the minister wanted to do it since 2007, and it still hasn't been done. So I would have liked to see both prongs dealt with, because as we know, the saying that, you know, for every problem there is a simple and neat solution that is wrong. So simple and neat doesn't always answer the problems of complexity, especially in disease and health. We know that complex factors create illness and complex factors create health. But we have to be really concerned, Mr. Speaker, and this is why we're supporting the principle of this particular motion, because when we look at the fact that children aged 2 to 17 in this country have an obesity rate of 26%, which is up from 15% in 1979. And we have youth aged 12 to 17 who have an even higher rate of 29%. And when we see First Nations children with an obesity rate of 41%, we know that we have all these children who are going to be growing up to be an adult generation with type 2 diabetes, with heart disease, with risk of stroke. And we know that these children are not going to live as long as their parents. The whole idea of progress in health is to ensure that we have people in future generations who are going to live longer than we did. And so this is a really sad indictment on what is happening in Canada. High cholesterol is a huge problem with eating a lot of trans fats. So I think these are some of the things we have to talk about. What is mostly concerning, though, about the rates of obesity in Canada that are increasing is not just the rates that are increasing, but actually the type of obesity. We are finding more people with moderate, morbidly rated obesity, obesity that is people who are so large that they are at imminent risk of getting disease. I mean, it's one thing to be 10 to 15 pounds overweight. It's another thing to say, well, I could lose 10% of my weight. But we're seeing morbidly obese people now, morbidly obese children And I know that it's a combination of poor eating and a combination of lack of activity. And of course, we well know progress has led us to this point where kids would sit around and play computer games and watch TV and do everything that they did except go outside and play. But we know that we're all pushing for schools within the provinces and have worked with the provinces to talk about 1 hour of daily quality physical activity in the school. Mr. Speaker, in 1980, I was then chair of the Council of Health Promotion and Disease Prevention of the British Columbia Medical Association. We were asking in 1980 for the province of British Columbia to bring in 1 hour of quality daily physical activity in the schools. It only happened about 5 years ago. So it's a long time, and that's a whole generation of people and kids who did not get the benefit of having that ability not to be obese. We notice, for reasons that we don't understand, is that in the Atlantic provinces, the obesity rates are higher than anywhere else in Canada. Obviously, in the north, the obesity rates are higher than everywhere else in Canada because of the high populations of Inuit Aboriginal people, where we see 41% obesity within children. We studied obesity at this health committee, the Parliamentary Health Committee, about 8 years ago. We came out with beautiful recommendations. Nothing's happened. So there has to be political will. A very good friend of mine who's a public health physician said to me one day, "Do you know what's the biggest determinant of health, Hetty?" And I said, "What?" He said, "Well, the biggest determinant of health is political will. When you don't have political will to do the things that must be done to make Canadians healthy or to improve their health, then it ain't going to happen." And I think this, again, as I say, is a good motion. One cannot not support the motion. It's a very supportable motion. But it only deals with one problem. It deals with the physical activity problem, and it doesn't deal with the one that is in the government's grasp. There is no need for a legislation. The governor and council can just go, "Yeah, we're going to do this. This is a policy. Let's mandate the levels of salt and trans fats in our foods. Let's educate," because the Canada Food Guide goes out to parents. Parents don't know how to interpret it quite often. They go and they have to read labels in the shops and in the stores, and most of them don't understand what the labels are really saying, because the labels are saying, you know, X calories per, and they don't know how many grams are in it, and they have to do the math. People want simple labeling so they can reach in on the shelves and get the food that they need for their children without looking at whether those children are going to go obese or be put at risk for high blood pressure and high cholesterol. The problem here, too, is a really real one in terms of delivery of Medicare. We know that obesity results in economic costs of approximately $7.1 billion a year. If we could have that, and we could take the $3 billion and put it into health promotion and disease prevention at the front end of the healthcare system, just imagine what a difference that would make. So I just wanted to say to you, Mr. Speaker, that this is a motion that is supportable. I would have liked to see some teeth in it. I would have liked to see it come up with certification and making sure that people who are going to be delivering kinesiology and exercise programs are really qualified and know what they're doing. But I find that I cannot not support this, which is a terrible thing to say. I support the motion. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to speak to my friend and colleague from Burlington's motion that brings an important public health issue to the forefront of debate. This motion, Mr. Speaker, speaks to the important public health issue of obesity and the physical well-being of all Canadians. It is both timely and relevant. Obesity levels among Canadians continues to be extremely high. The World Health Organization declared in 2011 that obesity is a global epidemic, and it's facing us now. In Canada, the social and economic impacts of obesity are considerable. Statistics show us that obesity accounts for losses totaling billions of dollars, but this does not tell the entire story. Obesity often leads to major chronic diseases like type 2 diabetes and cardiovascular disease. So when we factor in the costs to our health and productivity, we see that the cost to our economy is far greater. We cannot ignore the significant human costs, such as the reduced quality of life and social stigma, just to name two. If left unchecked, the economic and social impacts of obesity will continue to grow with irreversible consequences for all Canadians. As such, Mr. Speaker, our government is acting. We brought in the Children Fitness Tax Credit to encourage families to keep their kids active. Keeping with the theme in Budget 2013, we eliminated tariffs on sports and athletic equipment. We are working with our partners to promote healthy weights for all of Canadians. We fully support this motion and invite colleagues from all sides of the House to join us. Our government is committed to continuing to do our part and work with our partners to curb obesity rates. I'd like to expand on the partnership approach we're taking and the role we are playing. There is no doubt, Mr. Speaker, that societal challenges like obesity rely on many to take action. Complex public health issues like this one simply defy single solution approaches. No one government or institution alone can make the changes needed to curb obesity rates at a societal level. Solutions cannot be developed in isolation from the needs of communities and families. Mr. Speaker, there is also no doubt that federal leadership is an essential element of mobilizing all sectors of society around a common objective. Mobilizing all segments of society, communities, academia, the charitable and not-for-profit sector, and the private sector needs to happen too. The good news, Mr. Speaker, is that all governments, a growing number of other stakeholders in the private and public sector agree that complementary and coordinated action is necessary. This government's approach to supporting new ideas delivered in new ways with direct results for Canadians is rooted in the values we share as Canadians, working together for better health outcomes for all Canadians. Our approach allows partners to leverage knowledge, expertise, reach, and resources. With this in mind, I'd like to expand on several of the important aspects of our approach. First, we are working in partnership with the private sector to leverage new resources, ideas, and to expand the reach of our programs. For example, our government has recently partnered with the Boys and Girls Club of Canada and Sunlight Financial, Inc. through a matched dollar funding arrangement. This collaboration is expanding Get Busy, a program to increase physical activity and healthy eating opportunities for children and youth in community boys and girls clubs. The government has also partnered with Loyalty One to jointly support the Air Miles YMCA physical activity program, an innovative incentive-based program that is exploring new ways of getting Canadians active and keeping them active over the long term. In less than a year, Mr. Speaker, we have leveraged over $2 million in private sector investment. This is a positive story from a taxpayer perspective. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, innovation is at the center of our approach. Supporting and promoting new programs and models that are proven to be effective is the goal. We are not reinventing the wheel. We are challenging ourselves and others to innovate and adapt so that the models that have the greatest impact are available to Canadians. To encourage our partners to work together, we also need to be a good partnership facilitator. Through the Public Health Agency of Canada, a redesigned approach to funding programs was recently launched. The agency is inviting eligible organizations to submit their ideas on effective ways to address obesity, promote healthy living, and prevent chronic disease. These ideas are the foundation for partnership discussions both with the agency and with others who may have submitted similar or complementary ideas. The continuous intake of partnership ideas allows us to be more responsive and support innovative interventions that are at the stage of readiness to make a difference. In other words, we are better able to strike while the iron is hot. By joining the best ideas with the resources that they need, we are confident that they will get at the root causes of obesity. Ultimately, Mr. Speaker, everyone's goal is to help Canadians overcome barriers to healthy living and prevent chronic disease. These aspects of our work showcase our leadership role and role as a catalyst for innovation. Indeed, since 2006, our government has invested nearly $200 million for obesity-related research. Another important aspect of our approach relates to the ongoing commitment to accountability for the use of public funds. To achieve greater accountability for results, projects will only be considered where funding can be tied to the completion of measurable results. Performance expectations for each partnership are predetermined and milestones are established in advance. Recognizing that investments in public health take time to achieve results, this ensures we support only those partnerships that aim to achieve long-term, lasting, and most importantly, Mr. Speaker, effective results. It's also important to note that a key aspect of our approach involves supporting partnerships that use an integrative style to address common risk factors for obesity and other chronic diseases. Mr. Speaker, every year in Canada, 67% of all deaths are caused by 4 major chronic diseases: cancer, diabetes, cardiovascular, and chronic respiratory diseases. What's more, these diseases share common risk factors that, if addressed in an integrated way, can be mitigated. Chronic diseases can be prevented, their onset delayed. In 2011, Mr. Speaker, at the United Nations high-level meeting, Canada signed the political declaration of the high-level meeting of the General Assembly on the prevention and control of non-communicable diseases, in which 4 common risk factors were identified for chronic disease. These common risk factors include physical inactivity, unhealthy diet, tobacco use, and harmful use of alcohol. This integrated approach to supporting innovative multi-sectoral partnerships allows us to bring a greater number of partners into the fold, partners whose expertise and knowledge can help us address a range of risk factors in an integrated way. The result, Mr. Speaker, is that our partnerships can do a better job at creating the conditions in communities to help make the healthier choice an easier choice. This builds on the work that our government has done to ensure that Canadians have access to the information they need to make healthy food choices for their families. Mr. Speaker, our approach to creating innovative multi-sectoral partnerships is the right way to go. But more importantly, it is showing great promise in rallying a broad range of partners whose responsibility or interest is to tackle obesity as a critical public health issue. As a result, this government is well placed in continuing to support, promote, and fund organizations and individuals who are taking innovative approaches to promote the physical well-being of all Canadians. What's more, Mr. Speaker, these partnerships are fostering social innovation and helping to keep the reduction of obesity on the public agenda as a health priority. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, as we continue to move forward, we will continue our efforts to generate and leverage new approaches, apply innovative approaches, remain focused on accountability, and improve our success by addressing common risk factors for obesity. This is why my honourable friend from Burlington's motion before us today is so important and so timely, because it reminds us that consistent innovation is required as we continue to fight obesity and improve health outcomes for all Canadians. I'd like to thank and congratulate my colleague, the member from Burlington, for bringing this motion forward. Finally, I invite all members of the House to support this very important motion. Thank you again, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to speak today about the important issue of reducing obesity among Canadians. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Jean de Bart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I am very pleased to speak to this bill. I'm pleased. I'd like to thank the member from Burlington for bringing it forward. I don't think he'll have much argument to the value or the intent of this bill. I've listened to both of my colleagues speak to the issue, and I would like to add my voice to this from the perspective. First, I'd like to just put out there for our own our own thought process. My previous life as an actor and building a character, one of the things that was very important in that process was justification for the things that were done. If I was going to move from point A to point B, why I was going to do that. And I bring that up, sir, because I think we need to look at why we're doing this. It's one thing to sort of put a motion forward and say we need to be aware of obesity. But I think it's another to say we need to be aware of obesity and we need to take certain steps in order to combat obesity. I've been hearing much talk about activity, and yes, activity is something which is hugely important in all health issues, be it obesity, heart and stroke issues, whatever. Activity is extremely important. But one of the things that was missed, and I'll put it on the table right now, but and come back to it. We've talked about trans fats, and we've talked about salt, but nobody's mentioned sugar. Sugar content in food. We have a situation, Mr. Speaker, where the prevalence of obesity has dramatically increased, and especially in our young people. It's almost doubled in some cases and quadrupled in other cases. We have 1 in 10 children who are affected by obesity in one respect or another. That's 10% of our children, and they will go on to be obese themselves, not simply because of the fact that they're obese as children, but because of the habits that they adopt as children that will that will follow them into their lives. 1 child in 14 is getting an hour of physical activity a day. 1 child in 14. Once upon a time, we used to get up and go out and play. Now we get up and play on our Xboxes and whatnot. But I want to go back to what I was talking about, or what I'd mentioned before, which is sugar. The risk factors for obesity include inadequate housing, social exclusion, and various social influences that create a situation where individuals, young and old, have to resort to fast food, for example, as a means of putting food on the table, microwavable foods, processed and prepared foods. And, Mr. Speaker, I will say, or not so much a reveal on the floor today, but I myself am type 1 diabetic, type 2 but diabetic, sorry. I was diagnosed in 1997, have treated it on and off over the years. In the last few months, had some issues in which I've effectively lost vision in my right eye due to diabetic retinopathy. Sugar, Mr. Speaker. Sugar is something which is in processed foods to the nth degree. It is something which some people have called addictive because of the fact that you just can't get enough. And if there is one cause directly linked to diabetes, type 1 or type 2, is the intake of sugar, the body's ability to process sugar. And this is particularly a problem within certain socioeconomic groups because of their reliance on prepared and processed foods. In that, the need to combat obesity, Mr. Speaker, we can look at activity as being one of the things that we need to encourage. But we also need to look at food intake. And we cannot legislate. This government, any government, is not here to legislate what people should and should eat. But what we can do as a government is take a leadership role in making sure that people are well informed as to what they're putting into their bodies. Yes, we have the little squares on the sides of packets and so forth that will inform us about the caloric value or what's in a bottle of juice or what's in the food that we're eating. But people don't really always understand how to read those things. And I think it's one of the things that we can do is create an environment where people can learn and become informed about the value of the food that's being eaten. Mr. Speaker, it is said that 4 grams of sugar represents 1 sugar cube, which means a bottle of juice, which is said to be healthy, can have 42 grams of sugar in it. 42 grams of sugar. That's basically drinking 10 sugar cubes. People don't know this. They look at the calories, they look and see that there's no fat in it, They look and see that there might be a bit of protein in it, but they don't look and see the sugar content. And this, Mr. Speaker, is something that contributes to type 2 diabetes in particular. And this is something which hits the people who live in the lower socioeconomic world most directly, because in their world where they have 1, 2 jobs, both parents are working, kids are trying to get to school, you want to get them in, you want to get them out, you have to feed them. The easiest thing is to give them $10, $15 to go to McDonald's, or keep a load of frozen dinners in the fridge. We need to take a leadership role, Mr. Speaker, in informing people about food, informing people about what they're eating. And secondly, Mr. Speaker, we need to take a leadership role in mandating that companies that make processed food clearly identify what is in their food in such a way that it can help families, help parents make the proper choices, make good choices for their parents, for their kids. Activity is important. Food intake is important. Understanding what we are putting into our bodies is important, Mr. Speaker. And that's one of the first steps, the first couple steps into combating obesity. Better awareness of what we are doing, better awareness of the properties of food, and better awareness of what is available to people. And on that note, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for your time.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is indeed my pleasure to stand today to speak in support of the motion before us today, introduced by my wonderful colleague, the Honourable Member from Burlington. The motion encourages our governments to recognize the health risks and the costs of obesity, to support, promote, and fund organizations and individuals who are involved in the physical well-being of Canadians, and to make the reduction of obesity of Canadians a public health priority. I could not concur more. Just as the Honourable Member on the other side of the House has spoken very eloquently on how he is battling diabetes, I think it's fairly well known that, in fact, my family has been troubled by diabetes. My father passed away almost 20 years ago to this day from complications to diabetes. His legs were amputated 3 times. He had profound gangrene. He had a pacemaker. And in fact, the fact that he simply didn't take his diabetes seriously is really what we believe terminated his life in the end. Mr. Speaker, we know that addressing obesity is critical to supporting the health of Canadians, and rates of obesity have increased significantly in the past 25 years. Our Conservative government has acted in the face of this distinct challenge. We introduced, for instance, the fitness credit for children, making it easier and more affordable for kids to go out and play and stay active. And we built on this success further in Budget 2013 through our elimination of tariffs on sports and athletic equipment. But despite all of this good work, this motion before us recognizes that there is no quick fix. To achieve change, all sectors in our society must work together. Obesity puts Canadians at greater risk for chronic diseases, including hypertension, type 2 diabetes, heart disease, stroke, and some types of cancer, including breast and colon cancer. Indeed, 3 out of 5 Canadians lives with a chronic disease. We also know that in addition to the significant personal burden of living with obesity, it is an important driver of healthcare expenses and lost productivity. Supporting health promotion and disease prevention efforts, as this motion does, will contribute to the health and well-being of Canadians and to the sustainability of the healthcare system. This motion before us provides an opportunity to reaffirm our government's commitment to advance tangible actions aimed at encouraging healthy weights. It's well known to my colleagues that obesity is complex. As such, it requires thoughtful solutions. Moreover, there are multiple factors that contribute to obesity. For my part today, I'd like to draw attention to the components of the motion that address healthy eating in improving the well-being of Canadians. A key aspect of promoting healthy weights is helping Canadians to make healthy food choices and to improve access to healthy foods. As a proud mom to a wonderful little 8-year-old boy named Jeffrey, I can say that it is quite a challenge to stay informed about healthy food choices and also to lovingly encourage my child to make those healthy food choices. Communities need support to increase access to healthy foods for Canadian families. Healthy eating is fundamental to good health and healthy weights. It's necessary across the lifespan, from prenatal and early childhood years to later life stages. Healthy eating is equally important in reducing the risk of many chronic diseases, and a poor diet is a known factor in increasing some cancers, as I mentioned, in heart disease and in type 2 diabetes. It influences body weight and can put Canadians at risk for overweight and obesity, and that's why our government is working to make healthy eating an easier choice for Canadians. It's an important element of this government's broader chronic disease prevention and health promotion initiatives. And we know that this can be achieved through collective action with partners, including our provincial and territorial colleagues. In 2010, federal, provincial, and territorial governments endorsed the Declaration on Prevention and Promotion, declaring disease prevention a priority and health promotion a hallmark of our health system in Canada. Governments also committed to advance, as a tangible first step, Curbing Childhood Obesity, a federal, provincial, territorial framework to promote healthy weights. These are important initiatives that, in partnership with other sectors, will create the conditions for good health and support individuals in adopting healthy lifestyles. Under these initiatives, specific actions are highlighted to support healthy eating, such as providing high-quality nutrition information and tools to Canadians, supporting families in their communities by making healthy foods more accessible, and investing in research to discover and implement new and effective ways to improve health. Together, these actions, as supported through this motion, are helping to create a comprehensive approach to healthy eating, obesity reduction, and the prevention of chronic disease. Our government is also pleased to be supporting the Healthy Eating Awareness and Education Initiative. This initiative helps improve consumers' understanding of nutritional information to support them in making healthier food choices. As an example of working together through this initiative, we collaborate with provincial and territorial organizations, the food industry, and not-for-profit organizations to help Canadians understand and use the nutritional facts panel on the back of packaged foods. And we're doing even more, Mr. Speaker. In March 2013, we extended the reach of this campaign by launching the Eat Well campaign. In many grocery stores across Canada, you'll see healthy eating messages. This is a partnership with the Retail Council of Canada, the Canadian Federation of Independent Grocers, Food and Consumer Products of Canada, the Heart and Stroke Foundation, Dietitians of Canada, and other organizations. It helps parents and children be better informed about healthier eating habits. Our government also develops and promotes Eating Well with Canada's Food Guide and its complementary, culturally tailored partner, Eating Well with Canada's Food Guide, First Nations, Inuit, and Métis. It's a very popular guide for Canadians that provides evidence-based information about how much food Canadians need, what types of foods are better, and emphasizes the importance of physical activity. We're also committed to supporting families and investing in communities, and that starts with moms and dads. We're providing funding to organizations and individuals to develop and implement community-driven approaches to support healthy eating and healthy living. And one of the key areas of focus in our community-based programs is healthy living efforts in Northern and Aboriginal communities, including work to improve the accessibility of nutritious food. Through Nutrition North Canada, we increase the supply and reduce the cost of nutritious food in remote communities across Canada's north. Subsidies are provided to retailers to bring in nutritious perishable foods such as fruits and vegetables, bread, meat, milk, and eggs at a lower cost. Traditional foods are also featured prominently in the Northern North Canada program. This is important as foods like Arctic char and muskox and caribou are important sources of nutrients and play a key role in Northerners' diets and culture. Education is also a key component of Nutrition North Canada. Activities like cooking classes, in-store taste tests, and meal planning can increase cooking skills and the consumption of healthy foods. And anything, Mr. Speaker, that we do to make things easier is obviously going to achieve greater results. Mr. Speaker, we are proud of our community-led planning for growing, harvesting, and preparing healthy foods. And that's part of this health promotion initiative. In addition, Aboriginal Head Start is an important program that helps children have the healthiest possible start to life. This program provides meals, snacks, and nutrition advice while helping to address the developmental needs of First Nations children. Our government is also committed to helping other vulnerable families. Our investment in the Canada Prenatal Nutrition Program provides support to improve the health and well-being of pregnant women, new moms, and babies facing challenging life circumstances. And this program includes nutrition information for moms and families, as well as breastfeeding support. As well, the Public Health Agency of Canada's innovation strategy is funding a focus on addressing the underlying social and economic conditions that affect healthy weights. Mr. Speaker, I think you will agree that our Conservative government is very focused on providing healthy eating options for our families and in fighting obesity.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Député.
The honourable member for Notre-Dame de Grâce, La Chine. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to speak to the motion about obesity, and I'd like to thank the member for Burlington who moved this motion. I'd like to take some time to explain this to my constituents. So the motion reads that in the opinion of the House, the government should continue to recognize the long-term health risks and costs of obesity in Canada, support, promote, and fund organizations and individuals who are involved in the physical well-being of Canadians, and make the reduction of obesity of Canadians a public health priority. I like this and I support this. However, it's another Conservative motion which doesn't provide any concrete measures. I'll talk about what the NDP, to the contrary, has done in terms of concrete measures in the many years we've worked on this matter. However, I'd like to begin by giving you some figures which are quite alarming, actually. I started reading up on this. The Public Health Agency of Canada said that today between 25% and 35% of Canadians are obese. Kids under 17, well, that's 10%. Annual health costs because of this are over $4.6 billion. And again, these numbers are very intense. So the NDP in 2004, the member for Winnipeg Centre tabled a private member's bill to reduce the trans fat content in foods. And this was adopted unanimously by the House, but since then the government has done nothing concrete to address the matter. It didn't bring about any measures. In 2011, the member for Winnipeg Centre again tabled Bill C-303 to amend the Food and Drug Act in order to reduce to 2 grams out of 100 the amount of trans fats contained in foods. And one of my colleagues proposed Bill C-171, which would implement a national sodium reduction strategy. About 3 weeks ago, the minister appeared before the Health Committee. I asked her the same questions, and I asked her why in Canada we still do not have any measures attacking trans fats or to reduce the sodium content in foods. I carefully listened to all the speeches which were made in the House today, and Conservatives talk more about physical activity rather than diet or what we eat. Of course, physical activity is important, but our body is, or our health, our body is 80% food and 20% exercise. So the reason I'd like to speak to this motion is because I'm obese. I'm morbidly obese. And what is more alarming, though, is that of all the children who are obese, about 75% of them will remain obese for their entire lives until they're adults, throughout their adult lives. And my colleague, who is not even listening to me speak to his own motion, he hasn't consulted anyone. I mean, in this chamber, there are about 400 obese MPs out of over 300, and my colleague didn't even take the time to speak with us. It's really too bad, because when I look at what Conservatives have done, well, the member for Orleans had tabled a motion M319 to fight childhood obesity. Nothing was done, though. Conservatives have been saying for the last hour or so that their biggest success is the fitness tax credit. So basically, parents who spend $500 a year to sign up their kids for physical activity get $75 per child back. Well, I'm sorry, but as I said before, I have problems with my weight. And when I was young, I didn't engage in exercise, in sports activities. It's terrible to be fat. It's no fun, and there's a lot of bullying done around that. And when I was young, in phys ed, I was always chosen last to join a team. They asked us to run for 2 kilometers. I couldn't do that. So what the Conservatives are saying to me is that we're encouraging young people to engage in physical exercise, but really that's not what it's about. I think all Conservatives who have spoken to this bill, including the parliamentary secretary who talked about her father, I don't think they really understand what's at stake here. When I see motions like the one before us now, there's nothing in here which talks about the psychological impact of obesity. There's nothing in here which talks about talking to people, to young kids, motivating them. There's nothing in here that will help young obese kids. And there's nothing in here which will help parents get tools to help their own kids. Nutrition is so important, and it's all very well and good to talk about food labeling, but if you don't have anything to bring down the sodium content in food, if you don't have anything to bring down the trans fat content, well, I'm sorry, not everybody's going to go to the supermarket to read the labels to find out exactly what is in the food. When I put the question to the minister, she said, well, people can't be babysat. You can't take them by the hand. But really, it's a big problem. These people are not being helped on the ground. And that means nothing's going to change. And there are 40% more obese people in Canada now than years ago, and that percentage is just going to increase. So, of course, I'll support this motion introduced by my colleague, but I would really like this not to be a gratuitous motion which throws around figures and around which there's debate, but at the end, no concrete action. I really would like this to be taken further. Unfortunately, though, the Conservatives often will react rather than be proactive, and that's been their track record. There's a lot of talk of fixing problems instead of stopping them before they even start, and so anyhow, that's the impression I get. I also wanted to talk about bullying because I've been an MP for 2.5 years, and I tell you, Every single week, I receive an email from a constituent saying I'm too fat to be a member of parliament. A few months ago, somebody wrote to me and said, members of parliament are supposed to be role models. You weigh about 300 pounds too many. You should resign. So when people tell us this, well, I obviously don't feel like saying, hey, this person is right. I'll get up and I will read the labels on food products just to make this person happy. I think that this motion is important. I think it has to be taken very seriously. But I really hope that afterwards, the Conservatives will truly bring about measures to reduce obesity in our society. So, actually, this is my life. I've experienced this throughout my life as a child and still today. A reporter is here right now, is here every week to talk about the how MPs look, about their wardrobes. Well, it's a lot more expensive to dress well when you're obese. People don't realize what the consequences of obesity are. So I'd like MPs come to see me. I'd like them to see me. It would have been nice for this MP to come to talk to me and ask me about my experience and ask me to work with him on this matter for once. I'll leave it at that for now. And I'll conclude by saying that I hope that the Conservatives will really think not only about sport, which is important, but also about nutrition, because I really don't see them do very much in that area. So I really hope that they will also talk about the consequences of obesity for people who are obese. It's not only health costs to the health system, but it affects your motivation and your self-esteem as well. So let's hope the Conservatives move forward. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for La Salle-et-Mar. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I cannot begin my speech without referring to the outstanding testimony we have just heard from our colleague from Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chine, and I sincerely would like to thank her. I also think that she has shown that obesity is a tragedy. It is something that people experience every day. And I also think that she expressed that clearly. It's not just something which affects people's health, but it also affects their morale. And I'm very proud of her. She holds her head high here in the House, and she spoke to us with an open heart about what she goes through. Now, I represent the riding of La Salle-et-Mar, which in fact is next door to the riding of my colleague from Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chine. And recently, Montreal's public health agency conducted a study which showed that in Montreal, on the entire island of Montreal, and also on the West Island, there are food deserts. Now, what exactly is that, you might ask? Well, these are places where there is no supermarket. Within 500 meters from a person's house. And in fact, these food deserts or supermarket deserts, you find them all over the country. And so people cannot get to the supermarket unless they drive there, so they have to have a car, or they can only get there by using public transit.
So people need access to healthy products, including fruits and vegetables. In my riding, there are food deserts like that. People who have little access to buy fruits and vegetables and other healthy products. So people often have to depend on corner stores. And in these areas, often the transit is inadequate, people are poor, they don't have cars, so they often have to depend on food handouts, on other food choices that cause obesity. If you go into a corner store, for example, you will not find very healthy food choices. But in the community, there are organizations such as one called Maison d'Entraide, social development agencies like the Table d'aide sociale in La Salle that will help people. During the summer, they will hold a market to offer affordable fruits and vegetables. There are also community kitchens. I want to take the opportunity here in the House to pay tribute to the work that they do. There's another organization called Nutri-Centre that operates a community garden. People can come and grow their fruits and vegetables and then work together in a community kitchen to make meals. There is also an organization, Couvert, that helps with community gardens as well. And all of these organizations help combat obesity. I want to pay tribute as well to the work done by the member for Burlington, who has brought forward this motion, M425. The health of Canadians has always been a priority for NDP. We have worked for over 10 years to bring forward initiatives to implement concrete ways of dealing with obesity in our communities. We have proposed concrete strategies to limit certain factors that have a direct impact on increasing obesity. As we mentioned, we have proposed a number of initiatives to help people gain access to healthy food. We have to continue these efforts, though. As I said, obesity is increasing in Canada. This is an increasing problem that is has its impact on health, but also it is an economic problem, because if people don't have enough money to buy good food, healthy food, they buy elsewhere. We need to allow people access to good food, and so we must not neglect the economic active aspect of this scourge. We need to address it. We need to continue to make sure that we reduce poverty and provide access to healthy food. We also need to organize, to rather encourage the types of community organizations I mentioned, the Table de Concertation, the others that work very hard to try to make sure that people in all areas have access to healthy food. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Burlington will have 5 minutes for reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's my pleasure to speak to my motion 425 in the last couple of minutes, and I hopefully won't take all 5 minutes. I want to thank each and every one of my fellow parliamentarians who spoke to this matter on the issue. I did get some comments about it didn't go far enough, it didn't have enough teeth in terms of what the solutions are. Be frank with you, Mr. Speaker, I didn't have the solutions. I don't have the solutions. I do appreciate the presentation that happened this evening from the member from Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chine, and also made the point that there could have been more in this motion. But the fact is, and at a very personal presentation on the issue of what this motion deals with in obesity, and I really appreciate the effort that that member made and being here and speaking to that issue. I brought this issue, Mr. Speaker, because of a personal matter also. Coming to Ottawa, I gained 30, maybe 40 pounds coming here, and wasn't eating healthy and was participating in all the receptions that are around here. I was diagnosed with diabetes, as I said in my first speech. At the time when my first hour, I had two grandmothers, 96. One has passed away between this speech and the last speech, but we have long life in my family. I thought I was invincible, Mr. Speaker, and none of us are. And so what this motion was to do was to get a conversation, to continue the conversation on all sides of the House about what we need to do about the issue of obesity and health. For me, physical activity is only one component, and I agree with everyone's comments that only one component of solving this issue is physical activity. But we need that. It's an area where I happen to be able to run marathons, take up running, and being able to do that. I've been able to accomplish and challenge myself and be able to overcome some of my difficulties with obesity and overweight using physical fitness and better eating habits. I'm encouraging that the government continue to work, make this a priority for public health, and continue to work with organizations and other government levels to make it happen at all levels. We can't provide every single program federally. We need support from community groups, from other political levels, and from other governments to make things happen. I would appreciate everyone supporting this motion, and that we continue this conversation after this motion hopefully gets passed, and that the issue of obesity in our children, in our health, is not just important for individuals. It's important also for their families and important for our healthcare system in this country, and we appreciate everyone's support. Thank you very much.
It being now 6:30 p.m., the time for private members' business is expired, and the question is now as follows.
Seconded by Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country, moved that in the opinion of the House, the government should continue to A, recognize the long-term health risks and costs of obesity in Canada, B, appuyer promouvoir
to support organizations promoting good health in Canada and help find ways to reduce obesity in Canada, and this should be a public health priority.
Of the House to adopt the motion. Hearing no noes. I'm hearing no noes. I declare the motion carried. À l'ordre à ce moment-ci,
pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been put and adopted. The question is, therefore, as follows, that the House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this debate follows up on a question that I asked here in the House on October 23rd, when we learned that the CEO of Rio Tinto Alcan was advising the government about the merger of what was formerly CIDA with the Department of Foreign Affairs and International Trade. Mr. Speaker, I would like to start my remarks by being very clear. I have nothing against trade. Trade, though, is only one aspect of international relations. As important as it is for our international relations, peace, and our ties to different countries, good governance, and human rights are also very important. But unfortunately, the Conservatives have a very narrow view of international relations that will be damaging to Canada in the medium and longer term. Already our traditional partners, our new emerging partners, are looking at us increasingly skeptically. We have seen this vision of the government. Last week, we heard the government said that all of our diplomatic relations would be tied to trade, as if we did not need in this world peace, stability, and good governance, to just give you those aspects, as if we did not already have excellent diplomatic officers and commercial officers. I've worked with them, and they do extraordinary work. They do fantastic work. They are there to do that kind of work. It is their mandate. Now, the Conservatives tend to have a kind of magical thinking about development, and they have hardened their way of looking at this, and this is troubling. The former Minister of International Development said that the purpose of our aid is to open markets, and that makes me wonder. We have the Act on the responsibility of our efforts. We are intending our aid to reduce poverty, to meet international standards with respect to human rights, and so on. In fact, the problem is that the government is putting the cart before the horse. It isn't a case of looking at where development needs to take place and then finding ways to meet those needs. The government is taking the needs of industry and in some magical way thinking that this will help the poorest people in emerging countries. We are being led by this government to have activities in countries where we have commercial interests, like Niger. I have to go a little bit more quickly. We have decided to allow for... thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Development.
Thank you for allowing me this opportunity to respond to the question from the Honourable Member from Laurier Ste. Marie. Mr. Speaker, private sector companies have a vital role to play in advancing Canada's global development objectives. In fact, the question that the member opposite should be asking is not if we should be engaging with the private sector, but instead how, as in how can Canada's partnerships with the private sector yield the best possible results for the world's poor. Kyle Matthews is Senior Deputy Director of the Will to Intervene project at the Montreal Institute for Genocide and Human Rights Studies at Concordia University. He had this to say on November the 2nd in the Ottawa Citizen, and I quote, "We cannot exclude the private sector. The Canadian aid shake-up is an opportunity to innovate and modernize. Canada can open up a space that will allow a whole new generation of international development practitioners and organizations to emerge and strengthen our aid program. The simple fact of the matter is this: few other sectors are as well equipped to create the sustainable economic growth required to help people go from dependency to self-sufficiency. Meaningful jobs, better education and training, and improved health and nutrition for mothers and children can all lead to an increased likelihood of overcoming poverty. And these are all increasingly attainable when the private sector is better connected to global development efforts. These are not new conclusions, Mr. Speaker. Just last summer, the President of Guinea wrote in an open letter that the future for his country will, among others, and I quote, "be built on healthy partnerships between government and the private sector," end of quote. And ever-popular humanitarian and musician Bono agrees, and he said, "Aid is just a stopgap. Commerce and entrepreneurial capitalism take more people out of poverty than aid." End of quote. The same idea applies in other developing countries, many of them where Canada has strong development presence and where investments from Canadian private industry can make an incredible difference. We must capitalize on that. With weak domestic private sectors and insufficient tools and policies in place to encourage private sector-led economic growth, many developing countries are losing out on the opportunities that a robust private sector can create. It does not have to be this way, but to counter these missed opportunities, to get the best results for the world's poor and vulnerable, we must approach development from a new angle. This means engaging all possible sectors, Mr. Speaker, to capitalize on the expertise each brings to the table. Our government's partnerships with the private sector has already had positive results for many around the world. For example, our government works along with TEC and the Micronutrient Initiative to support the Zinc Alliance for Child Health. This partnership supports the development of zinc treatment programs to improve nutrition and help save children's lives. Our government also works with World Vision Canada and Barrick Gold via the Building Collaboration for Sustainable Economic Growth in Peru project to increase income and standard of living of families working within the mining operations. This, Mr. Speaker, will ultimately help to strengthen the new Department of Foreign Affairs, Trade and Development. Most importantly, it will help to better define the role that Canada's private sector can and must play to advance Canadian development objectives abroad. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte Marie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My honourable colleague says that we cannot ignore the private sector. Well, of course we can't ignore the private sector, but we need to ask how we can better use the private sector, and the answer is that we need to start with the needs of the poorest people. We need to take that point of view, and that's what happened in the past, but that's not what this government is doing. It has said publicly that the aim is not to get the poorest people out of their poverty, but rather to open markets for private companies in Canada. It is the role of international trade to do that, but the government has this magical thinking that this will help the poorest people. So I would like to know, why don't we try to increase the development in Niger? That's all very well, but we need good governance, and if we don't need to have that, we won't help the poorest people.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I believe that we've covered much of the ground that my colleague states. So I'd like to take this opportunity to highlight our government's swift and effective response to the recent disaster in the Philippines brought on by the horrific typhoon. Canada is the fourth largest contributor to this effort and has been congratulated by the member opposite, who had this to say, "Écoutez, on est content."
Well, we are happy with the government's quick response, the response by the department, and the new announcement today.
The member's colleague from Davenport was also impressed with our response, and I quote, "We think this is the right move on the part of the government. I think that these are the right ways to go, and again, we also encourage Canadians to take advantage of the matching commitment of the federal government and donate to charities that are working very hard to get that aid on the ground in the Philippines." And Mr. Speaker, before I finish, I'd just be remiss if I didn't highlight that yesterday I was in Washington at the Global Fund Replenishment Conference, where Canada announced $650 million to the Global Fund in its replenishment. We know that fund is doing very good work. It's working with many of our partners internationally, and we know and congratulate them on that. Thank you.
Honorable Deputy de Haute-Gaspésie.
The Honourable Member for Haute-Gaspésie, la Métis, Matapédia. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak to the moratorium imposed by the European Union on seal hunt products. The WTO has recognized that for moral and ethical reasons, this moratorium was justified despite the fact that it violates the very rules of international trade. Basing this embargo on a sustainable, abundant, and well-managed natural resource for moral reasons, on the contrary, risks bringing about all kinds of abuse within international commercial trade. Although we in the Bloc Québécois are pleased with the government's court challenge of this decision, the fact remains that this problem goes well beyond the legal aspect. The disinformation on the topic of the seal hunt is flagrant and plays a vital role in this current economic conflict. And the government must attack this problem head-on immediately, because it is the perception that the EU has of the seal hunt. In 2009, the Bloc Québécois unanimously adopted a motion to support the seal hunt industry. At the time, we called on the government to actively promote products derived or byproducts of the seal hunt, which was vital for the future. But obviously today, this task was not accomplished. It was not done sufficiently because since the adoption of this motion, the perception of the seal hunt remains the main problem with which the communities affected must cope. The seal hunt is regulated just as much as any other harvesting activity and is done responsibly and sustainably by the people in our economies. This modest economic sector, which is important for many communities, operates legally and contributes to the long-term viability of small communities and coastal economies. In addition to undertaking legal proceedings, the government must undertake a vast diplomatic offensive to show the European Union what seal hunting is really all about. Several animal rights advocacy groups in Europe use baby seals to mobilize the population. This tactic is of bad faith. I know you will agree, Mr. Speaker, given that hunting baby seals has been illegal for over 20 years. It is high time that the government set the record straight and stop encouraging sensationalism by the different countries that use it. As mentioned by a professor at the Institut des Sciences de la Mer, the seal hunt is necessary to maintain an ecological balance. Environmental advocacy groups such as Nature Québec have also examined the situation rigorously and have concluded that the seal hunt plays a decisive role in maintaining the ecosystem balance. It is imperative that the government act vigorously to better the image of the seal hunt on the international scene, especially with regard to the EU, so that communities that depend on this hunt receive their fair share. So will the government pledge to organize, in collaboration with DFO, an organization, a delegation of people concerned, such as seal hunters, environmental groups, and scientists, who will travel abroad and demonstrate that the seal hunt is a good thing? This type of intervention will allow the European Parliament to understand the reality of the seal hunt and thereby understand the notable impact that it has on communities, animal rights, as well as its ecological and economic importance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to share our government's perspective on the decision of the World Trade Organization Dispute Settlement Panel in the matter of Canada's and Norway's challenge of the European Union's unjust seal products ban. I use the word unjust to describe this ban because it's not based on knowledge and science, but on the misrepresentations of animal rights groups that use provocative and deceptive images to inflame the emotions of good-hearted people, and I think we largely agree on this issue. The European Union's decision was based on this ban is without just cause, in our opinion, and we continue to believe that it is contrary to international trade laws. The Prime Minister has been clear that the Government of Canada will continue to defend sealers' access to markets vigorously and will take whatever trade action is necessary. This ban has struck a blow to sealers in the north, in Quebec, and on the east coast, their families, and Canada as a whole. Our government has taken decisive action in defence of Canadian sealers in light of the European Union's ban on seal products, which is very discouraging. Our government has made repeated and unrelenting efforts to impress upon the EU and its member states the value of the seal hunt to Canadians. We have voiced our commitment to responsible management of a hunt that prioritizes sustainability and animal welfare. And we committed to taking this measure to the World Trade Organization because we believe that this measure is contrary to WTO rules, and we were proved right. The panel said the measure is discriminatory, but, and this is a big but, Mr. Speaker, the panel also said that although it was a violation of the EU's trade obligations, the measure was not more trade restrictive than necessary, and that the EU has the right to ban seal products on moral grounds. Moral grounds, Mr. Speaker. What does that mean? Well, it means that the WTO has accepted the EU's position unreservedly, without subjecting their assertions to any kind of critical analysis, and has completely ignored several of Canada's key arguments. I can assure the honourable member that our government will be appealing this most unfortunate decision. And it is an unfortunate decision, Mr. Speaker, because it opens the way for any country to institute any kind of trade restrictive measure based on so-called public morality. We will be working closely with our co-complainant Norway in advance of the January 24th filing deadline. We've employed a whole-of-government approach to defend Canadian interests. The Minister of International Trade has very ably taken the reins on the trade side of the issue, and DFO has led the way in defending the hunt against misinformed accusations and attacks from animal rights groups. Our information has been confirmed by independent experts, yet the European Union instead favored the animal rights groups' misinformation. The inflammatory publicity campaigns organized by these groups have been relentless and supported with seemingly unlimited funds. Their short-sighted position will result in serious consequences, notably for other similar hunting activities in the EU and elsewhere. Mr. Speaker, I've attempted to paint a picture of commitment, of a steadfast determination to defend this country's sealing industry. We've made every effort possible to counteract destructive publicity and this senseless ban. Our government recognizes the negative impact this ban has on sealing communities in Atlantic Canada in the north, and we're standing up in defense of Canadian sealers' right to earn a living, and we will continue to do so. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Haute-Gaspésie, La Métis, Matin-la-Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans for what he has just said. I am very pleased to see that beyond the legal challenge that is important in such a case, that the government is also doing diplomatic work to make the public aware and to educate the public to change the perception of the seal hunt. The government does have a responsibility with regard to its coastal communities. Thereby, it must go beyond a simple legal challenge, and through a genuine diplomatic offensive, it will be able to set the record straight. We have seen the data that was made public to parliamentarians of the EU and to people who have had to analyze the seal hunt case, and those data were false. Some of them dated from many years ago, and the images that were used were inappropriate with regard to what the reality of what happens on the ground. So I urge the government to go beyond its rhetoric, and in a concrete fashion, it should now put forward this diplomatic strategy to change the perception of the seal hunt, in addition to using the legal challenge. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. We're certainly going well beyond rhetoric in many different ways. And the first one, of course, is that our government will be appealing the ruling of the World Trade Organization challenge of the European Union's seal products ban. Defending the sealing industry has been a priority since the notion of a ban on seal products by the European Union first arose, and the Canadian seal harvest is demonstrably sustainable and humane, as all truly independent observers agree. Together with industry, we have worked to strengthen the regulation and monitoring of the harvest and professionalized harvesters through a training program. In fact, processors now refuse to buy from sealers who have not been trained. And make no mistake, Mr. Speaker, despite the claims of animal rights groups, there is a demand for seal products, at least when access to markets is not blocked by discriminatory trade bans. And so we're going to continue working on this and defending our sealing industry.
La motion portant que la Chambre s'adjourne est maintenant réputée adoptée.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 o'clock, pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.
Thank you.